Thank you very much. I would like to believe that each one of us have had their favorite morning poison. My poison is coffee. No one has succeeded in convincing me to cut on my intake of coffee. So to the grave before it's my time. So I want to enjoy it the most I can before I die. So thank you so much one more time, and I would like to welcome you. We need to get started. My name is Job Frank Chakaza, and I'm delighted to be here with you this morning as we witness the grand finale of the AYuTe program. Let me start by recognizing our guest of honor this morning, Dr. Julius Chulu, who is a Director of Veterinary Services at the Department of Animal Health and Livestock Development. We simply call it DAHILD. We also have the CEO for MHub, Mr. Elijah Mkandawire, the Chairperson, Haifa Advisory Board, Dr. Tamani Mvula Nkono, Interim Country Rep for Haifa Malawi, Mr. Francis Saka, a Program Operations Lead for Africa Haifa International, George Odiambo. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, I would like to welcome you all to this great day. Today marks the grand finale of a journey that has been all about bold ideas, technology, and transforming the Malawi agricultural sector through the AYuTe Africa Challenge, an initiative that is being funded by Haifa International but implemented by MHub. We've had a lot of young Malawians, young Malawian entrepreneurs stepping forward with fascinating and cutting-edge solutions to the real challenges that we face in Malawi, particularly in the agriculture sector. So there's been a lot of work in the background, and some of you are just coming here to witness the final, but there's been a lot of boot camps, a lot of mentorship, and a lot of preparation. So today, the finalists are going to take the stage. They are here, of course, to pitch their ideas, but they're also here to showcase solutions that can truly change lives in Malawi. So we'll be awarding prizes today in two categories. We've got two sets of pitches that we're going to get. There are individuals who are coming up with innovative ideas about how they think they can solve some of the challenges that we face in the agriculture sector in Malawi. They are not yet doing it, but these are their ideas. These are their innovative ideas of how they believe we can transform agriculture using technology. And we're going to have 5 of them do their pitches, but only 3 are going to win, and each one of them is going to walk away with 2 million Malawi kwacha. I've never seen 2 million Malawi kwacha in my entire life, and I would be delighted if I was going to win it this morning. So let's give them a round of applause as they anticipate to win 2 million kwacha. Inu munayiona ko 2 million pakamodzi kuti ndiire apa. Okay, azana ayiona lero, they're going to get it today. And that's not the only thing that we're doing today. There are other people who are already in the sector, and they're already using technology. So those ones are also going to be recognized this morning. We are going to have 3 individuals who are going to win in the Agri Innovators Advanced category, and these ones are getting 7 million kwacha. Munaona ko 7 million kwacha pakamodzi. Tawambirani majanza twaitenga imeneyo lero. And we are also going to award 10 million kwacha. Munaona ko 10 million kwacha pakamodzi. Tawambirani majanza akala kuitenga imeneyo lero. And someone is going to walk away with 13 million Malawi kwacha. So it's a fascinating morning, as you can see. The individuals are right here in this room, but they just don't know that they are the ones who are going to get these prizes. We are going to be having judges. Later on, I will announce and introduce them to you, who are going to listen attentively to the pitches and make an evaluation on who should get what. So I hope you are excited about that. I am mighty delighted that I'm here. Apart from just witnessing the competition, I'm sure we're going to learn a lot through this process. So thank you so much for setting aside time this morning to be here. Let me invite Haifa International Malawi Country Board Chairman, Dr. Tamani Nkono Mvula, to step forward and just welcome all of us. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning. I know it's cold, but we can respond to that simple greeting. All right. Let me recognize the presence of the guest of honor, the Director of Animal Health and Livestock Development in the Ministry of Agriculture, Dr. Julius Churu. Let me also recognize the presence of the Country Director for Haifa International, all the panelists that will be speaking to us this morning, all the young agripreneurs here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Haifa International, I'm delighted to welcome you to this event that we are having this morning, which is a grand finale for the AYuTe Africa Challenge Malawi chapter in the year 2025. I know you have been reading about AYuTe, probably don't know what AYuTe means. So AYuTe stands for Agriculture, Youth and Technologies Challenge. And this is, it started as a board vision by Haifa International to cultivate a generation of agripreneurs across Africa. So this event is not only happening here in Malawi, but it's happening all over Africa. And I'm also told that those that are going to be successful here, they're not only going to receive the monies that have been mentioned here, there will be big monies beyond that. So it's an activity that is happening all over Africa. So we are expecting that those that are going to make it through beyond this stage, they're also going to compete at the higher level. So this was mainly established. This competition was established so that we can provide a platform for the youth to contribute to the transformation of food systems in Malawi, but also in Africa. So as a background to this event, in 2021, Haifa conducted a study which tried to look at the contribution of the youth to agriculture development, or I should say food systems development. And this study revealed that of the about 23% of the youth that are in the agriculture sector, or those that desire to participate in the agriculture sector, they are not engaged in any form of agriculture technology. So here we are talking about the use of SMSs, mobile technologies, or any other software platform. And in addition to this, it was also noted that despite wide displayed interest amongst the youth in Africa, about 59% of the youth, they lack resources, like for example, land, but also mentorship and the technical support. And in Malawi, although the youth participation was relatively higher, maybe compared to other countries, but adoption of technologies was very, very low. This also includes access to mechanization, market information, but also infrastructure that support into climate smart development. Now, in response to these gaps that were noted at the continental level, but also at the local level, HEFA International decided to come up with this function or this competition, this AYuTe Africa Challenge. So it is more or less like a strategic intervention that will, one, identify, support, but also scale youth-led agri-tech innovation capabilities to address the systemic challenges that this study found out. So it was not an issue of us as HEFA International finding out what the youth or the challenges that the youth are facing, but we also said, no, let us do something about it. And one of the things is to come up with this competition so that the youth can showcase what they can do to contribute to the work that HEFA is doing, but also by extension, this can contribute to policy. This is why we have government here. So whatever you're going to say, whatever you're going to do, it's an opportunity that these could find their way into government policy. Of course, we expected to have the minister, but the minister is engaged. So he has also sent the able lieutenant in the ministry, the director of livestock. So AYuTe has supported over 800 youth teams from 12 countries so far through nation rounds like we are having today here in Malawi. And today we are conducting local finales, as I said, that this is going to help the current youth to be part of the Africa-wide network, which I believe at some point the HEFA International staff are going to help us to understand the way forward out of this. So this, as I said, was launched. It's a launch pad for Malawi's youth to ensure that they go into the global, but also the continental. I mean the continental, but also the global level. So through the AYuTe network, the innovators will be supported to ensure that they access cross-border markets. So this is going to expose the youth to ensure that whatever you are doing here in Malawi does not only end in Malawi. If you have got products, those products are going to find their way into the regional, but also international markets. But also it will provide linkage to regional agri-tech inventors, but also accelerators, but also pathways into Pan-African research development initiative that HEFA International is supporting. So HEFA International is also supporting research beyond whatever we do as interventions. So whatever we are starting here could also find their way to broader global research work that HEFA International is supporting. So since its establishment in 2008, HEFA has stood for sustainable and locally driven change. And our partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture, which was formalized through an MOU, has focused mainly on scaling up climate smart development, inclusive, and also youth agribusiness. So AYuTe is a natural evolution of this partnership, bringing together public institution, private sector, civil society, and the youth to co-create practical solutions to agricultural challenges. So to everyone present here, especially our finalists, who will be going away with a lot of cash. You are not just participants here, but you are pioneers, because this is the beginning of greater things that we are hoping to be seeing as we are going forward. So your ideas to speak to the challenges that we face, but also the potential of a transformed youth-powered agricultural sector. We stand here ready and eager to support you to continue to innovate. I know others are going to go away with money, but others will not. So those that will not maybe make it, it's also a time for us to jack up our socks so that next year, or the following competitions that will be coming, you'll be the one to be celebrated. So once again, I welcome you to the AYuTe Africa Challenge 2025 Grand Finale, an event that embodies innovation, collaboration, and the possibilities for Malawi and beyond. So I wish you all the best as we will be discussing, interacting. So let this also be an opportunity for us to network, right? There are people here that we only hear maybe from radios, the chakazas of this world. It's time that we network, let's get to know each other, and let's develop partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Tamani Nkono Mvula. We come a long way, and it's a pleasure to have you at this event, and thank you so much for your remarks. We are moving through the program as quickly as we can because we've got those speeches to come, and there are quite many of them. So without further ado, allow me to invite Mr. Francis Saka, the HEFA International and AYuTe, the HEFA Malawi Interim Country Director, to come and give us an introduction of HEFA Malawi and the AYuTe competition. Thank you.
The guest of honor, Dr. Julius Chulu, Director, Animal Health and Livestock Development in the Ministry of Agriculture, distinguished guests, partners, innovators, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. It is both an honor and a pleasure for me to welcome you all to this grand finale of the inaugural AYuTe Africa Challenge here in Malawi. Today we celebrate not just a competition, but a movement of a bold vision to transform Africa's agriculture by empowering our youth to become the innovators, entrepreneurs, and agile leaders in the food systems sector. On 30th April 2025, joined HEFA international teams across the continent in advancing the vision of a future-forward agriculture of our youth to become innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders to drive the innovation in the food system sector. The AYuTe Africa Challenge, originally launched as AYuTe Next Gen, has supported more than 800 youth innovators across 12 African countries. Just to emphasize what the board chair mentioned. The challenge is more than a competition. It is a continental platform fostering a network of young people using agri-tech to solve deep-rooted challenges in our food systems. Here in Malawi, the challenge was launched with one mission, and the mission is to source, support, and scale youth-led solutions that address critical bottlenecks such as productivity, post-harvest handling, market access, financial inclusion, and climate resilience that affect our food system sector here in Malawi. The AYuTe Africa Challenge provides catalytic grants and support that goes beyond the catalytic grants. Across the region, or across Africa, up to $1.5 million is awarded each year. While each national competition, including the one we're having here in Malawi, awards up to $40,000 to the most promising innovators and startups. But we go further. The winners receive mentorship from a team of seasoned experts, strategists, entrepreneurs, and advisors. These are meant to actually help them to transform good ideas into scalable and impactful businesses that will support our agri-food systems. This is about much more than prizes. It's about preparing a generation to lead, to innovate, and to reimagine the future of agriculture in Africa. The AYuTe Challenge offers incubation support, catalytic funding, and help innovators build thriving businesses. The AYuTe Challenge features 2 reward categories: that's startup agripreneurs and progressive agri-innovators. For startup agripreneurs, today, the 3 winners that will be in that category will each get a 2 million kwacha, as it has been mentioned already, while the progressive agri-innovators category will have the first winner will get a prize of 13 million Malawi kwacha. The first runner-up will get 10 million, and the second runner-up will get 7 million. Today we witness what happens when vision meets opportunity. The young finalists we honor today have come through intensive boot camps, business plan development sessions, and investor connections. They are not just competing, they are creating real solutions for real farmer and community bottlenecks or problems. For our partners, policymakers and stakeholders, your support is critical, and we ask for continued support as we actually try to groom and motivate and move forward our young innovators. Let us unite behind this cause to inspire, equip, challenge, and convene around a shared mission, because together we can mobilize the resources to build networks that young agripreneurs need to thrive. I think without beating about the bush, I think the chair alluded to the fact that our youth face a number of challenges for them to be able to thrive in the agri space. And I think we need to be intentional and deliberate to actually bring the youth into the agriculture space, because I think without involving the youth, I think we'll be doing ourselves a disservice in the agriculture sector. Because if you look at our population, I think we have more youth than some of us who are above the youth category. So I think we can only do more in the agri-scape sector or in the agri-food systems if the youth who are tech-savvy, who have the energy to run, to support our systems, if they are players, and active players for that matter, in the agri-food systems. To you, the youth, I would want to actually mention that you are the drivers of transformation. And Malawi and Africa depend on you to actually improve on our agri-food systems. We are looking up to you to feed Malawi, to feed Africa, and even maybe beyond. I would want to invite you to take this event as a launchpad, not only for those that will actually be going away with prizes today, but even for those that maybe have not made it, but we know you create a pipeline for the coming events in this space. In closing, I would like to affirm HEFA's unwavering commitment to agriculture transformation in Malawi and in the region, Africa. We are not only supporting farmers to feed the continent, we are nurturing a next generation of innovators who will shape its future through the AYuTe Africa Challenge. Let us celebrate these young champions and let us work together to ensure that their dreams and innovations take root, flourish, and bear fruit in the food systems sector. With these few remarks, I thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed, Francis, for those remarks. And now it gives me pleasure to invite our guest of honor this morning, Dr. Julius Chulu from the Ministry of Agriculture, Tahid, to come forward and address us. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wakhala omalizira olankhula omaswabo oyambira. Chair walankhula, I'll translate, don't worry, those who are not from Malawi. I'm very excited that I'm representing the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Sam Dalitso-Kawale, who was very excited when he heard about this last week, but his diary wouldn't permit him to be with us today. So I am going to be your minister for the next 15 seconds. And then I'll become PS for another 10 seconds, then I'll come back to my original seat. So good morning, welcome to this event. The Director of Agriculture Extension Services was supposed to be partners, stakeholders, panel of judges, young innovators, I think the sixth arm of government, members of the media. Some people didn't know that the sixth arm of government is it fourth arm? Fourth, yeah? I jumped 2 steps, so it's fourth arm. And oral protocols observed. Welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Now it is, as I said, with great pleasure that I stand before you today at the grand finale of the Agricultural, Youth and Technology AYuTe Africa Challenge Malawi 2025. This event is not just a celebration of youth and innovation, but a beacon of what is possible when passion meets purpose. Passion and purpose, this is what is going to happen today. So agriculture remains the backbone of Malawi's economy and the primary source of livelihood for our people. Yet, we are still at a crossroads, a place where traditional approaches are no longer enough or sufficient to meet the growing and complex demands for food and income. Our population is expanding rapidly, yet average yields remain the same. For instance, those of you who are farmers, I think most people now are calling themselves farmers. Nobody goes beyond 2 tons. It's still just around 2 tons. A few research scientists on a small plot, they can get up to 10. By extrapolation, once you buy that seed, half a ton. So we are still a long way to go. That's why we need these innovations. Now, smallholder farmers, I don't want to use this term in 2025, but this speech was written for me, so I will read it as it is. Smallholder farmers who produce over 75% of our food continue to rely on basic tools, timagasu, tisompo, and rain-fed agriculture. You pray for rain during the rainy season. That's where we still are. If you pray for rain during the dry season and it comes, you know there is a God somewhere. Now, these challenges are further compounded by land degradation, climate shocks, where we are experiencing varied and unprecedented climatic conditions almost every season. Now, therefore, transformation cannot be optimal it is essential. It cannot just be optimal, it is necessary for us to transform our agriculture production systems. Our national agriculture policy has outlined a clear pathway rooted in productivity, diversification, resilience, commercialization, and at the heart of that vision is innovation, especially youth-led innovation, like what we're going to witness today. Now, Malawi's population is predominantly youthful. I think over 70% of Malawians are youth. So the future of Malawi is in your hands. I think the country lead, acting country leader for HEFA said, we are outside the definition of youth, me and him. I think Dr. Nkono is still in the youth category. I will not mention somebody else who was chairman for youth in one organization, but he was 71 only. So Dr. Nkono is still very young. That is why the Ministry of Agriculture remains committed to transforming this sector into one that is modern, resilient, inclusive, and youth-focused. We envision a future where young Malawians are not mere beneficiaries of agricultural programs, but lead as the new generation of transformative farmers, entrepreneurs, researchers, technologists, as well as business professionals, agri-business professionals. They can live off of agriculture production. One of our core focus areas is promoting agricultural innovation. We recognize that to move from subsistence to sustainability and from sustainability to surplus, we must fully embrace new technologies, digital platforms, mechanization, climate-smart practices. These tools will not only increase productivity, but also make agriculture more attractive and more profitable for the next generation. You wouldn't want to be using a half-meter hoe in 2026. But if you can drive a fancy tractor, I think you'll be very happy to wake up in the morning and go and do your business. Today's finalists were drawn from over 170 applications. So it was not just 2 people, it was quite a wide range of applicants that have shown us that Malawi youth are ready to lead this transformation. Their ideas span precision farming, value chain optimization, digital marketplaces, climate-smart solutions, and much more. You can go on and on and on. And these are not just innovations, they are home-bred solutions that speak to our contextual nuances and national priorities. As a government, we believe in empowering the youth as active drivers, not passive beneficiaries of agriculture change. Under the National Agriculture Policy, we are repeating ourselves, we are taking concrete steps to strengthen access to finance through expansion of the youth-focused credit lines, leveraging on institutions such as National Economic Empowerment Fund, and I think we have heard of Agricom also, eh? So there is a window for everyone. There are quite a few other initiatives that government is doing. It's on land, by mainstreaming access to land through the facilitating long-term leases to enable investment into commercial agriculture. So you are in a group, you can have access to land and then do all the leasing processes. Now, technology is important also by enabling public-private initiatives to roll out mechanization packages. We also promote smart, climate-smart farming, irrigation schemes. We don't want to pray for rain. Let's irrigate. Yeah? We can farm throughout the year. We are going into cycles, not just one season. Seasonal agriculture is for the past. Let's go into cycles of production. So you can produce 2 cycles depending on your access to water. Moreover, the policy underlines the importance of creating an enabling environment with supportive regulation, market access, institutional partnerships, so that the young Malawians can thrive as agribusiness entrepreneurs through continued collaboration with financial institutions, research organizations, and development partners such as HEFA International. We are committed to ensuring that our youth are central to agricultural transformation and economic growth. Our ministry values partnerships with the HEFA International a long-time collaborator, I think since 1990s. And heifer comes from a female young cow. That's the background to a heifer. A heifer is a female young cow with potential to produce more. So heifer came from cows, now they are into the food system space. They're into soya, they're into beans, groundnuts, they're into everything. So that's why today, heifer is leading us today. I think they had a partner who is actually implementing their idea. The partner is now the one which is the team lead. So to our finalists, let me say congratulations. Whether you take home a prize or not, you are already a winner. So there'll be a few, one to three, or even in class number 1, number 3, timalandira mapensulo kale kalero. Wa number 4, na amene amalandira zindalama zimbalo ifuka amayi ake samadziwa tanthauzo la number 1 to number 3. That's beside the point, let's do. So please know that you are not alone in this journey. As a ministry, we are committed to supporting you beyond today's event. Our ministry is open 24/7. You can even call, text, email our minister any time of the day. You get a response. You do the same to me, you also get a response. There will be a few other people who are technology shy, but believe you, Minister of Agriculture is 24/7. Some wherever is the panel, he will respond to you. So our ministry is open for you, not just today. So your ideas hold the promise to transform smallholder farming, uplift rural economies, and build Malawi's resilience. We pledge to work alongside you, helping you turn your innovations into scalable, market-ready agribusiness ventures, because when you win, we all win. So together, let us forge an agriculture sector that is inclusive, modern, and led by none other than our youth. To our partners, I think thank you is not enough. We are very grateful for this gesture, for investing in Malawian youth. Malawi's future is in these young entrepreneurs. To everyone present here, let us live here more committed than ever to building an agriculture sector that is not only productive, but innovative, inclusive, and youth-powered. We don't want our youth to be left behind. Our world, it depends on them. So I think with these few remarks, I think there were a few. Thank you very much, and I declare this event officially open. Thank you.
In my other life, we were giving out grants, and we called out for applications from small and medium enterprises, and we were clear that we wanted those whose initiatives can be scaled up and exported, because we were dealing with cross-border traders, and we had a large number of applications. When we went for due diligence, some of the businesses turned out to be barber shops. And then we were wondering how you can scale up a barbershop business and export it to Mozambique or something like that. And we were clear that they should be in the agriculture sector. So that puts a lot of emphasis on due diligence before you even consider vetting some businesses and bring them up for pitches. And MHub is very aware of that. So when applications came in, there was quite a large number. They said, okay guys, yeah, the ideas look good on paper, But let's go and physically visit these guys. Let's see if they're really up to what they claim to be doing here. So we want to show you how it went, just for a few minutes, so that you can appreciate that this wasn't one of those desk jobs where people just apply, you look at an application and you're like, this sounds good, let's take them. No, there was a lot that went into this process. So the individuals that you're going to see in a few minutes' time making their pitches and presentations, they were properly screened and visited and vetted. So we want to show you a short video that is highlighting some of the experiences that our team experienced going out in the field and checking out some of the innovations. So let's enjoy the video together. Ndamene woto taombera ni mmanja. When you hear that the team is coming, that's when you know that this stuff is real. Like, we're coming to visit you. You made an application. Okay, would you please come again next month? Because right now we are still, like, In your application, you said that you are already operating on the ground and we just want to come and see if what you said you're doing is indeed what you're doing. So we'll be getting into the pictures shortly. We've got judges that have been here all this time, and I would like to just introduce them to you so that we know them and we also appreciate why they should be judges. I'll be calling them out and just introduce them to you. So our first judge is Elijah Lumbani Mkandawire. I'll just read out the citation and now I'll invite them to just come here so that we can see them before we get into the pitches. So we have Elijah Lumbani Mkandawire. He is the Executive Director of MHub, which is Malawi's first technology and innovation hub, where he leads a passionate team driving youth empowerment through entrepreneurship and digital skills. He's got a master's in project management, monitoring and evaluation, and is currently pursuing a PhD in management studies. He designs and oversees programs that use technology development. So something like this is not new to him. He has done it before, and under his leadership, MHub has supported over 63 emerging entrepreneurs with more than $2 million in blended financing. So we're going to be seeing him shortly on stage. One other judge is Vincent Kumwenda. He is a technology and innovation expert and has got more than 15 years of experience driving digital transformation across Malawi and beyond. And he is the former CEO of MHub, which is Malawi's first technology and innovation hub. And he also served as a senior manager for digital transformation programs at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. He has led the design and implementation of digital systems that promote civic engagement, youth empowerment, and economic development. One other judge is Oganive Chingagure, a seasoned enterprise development expert with over 15 years of experience supporting SMEs, agribusinesses, and youth-led startups across Malawi and beyond. And she is currently serving as a business incubation and acceleration officer at the Alliance of Biodiversity International and SIAT, where she leads initiatives that empower young entrepreneurs and women to build sustainable investment-ready ventures. Let me call the judges up front so that we can see them, starting with Elijah. Would you care to come forward, please? Elijah Mkandawire. Let's give him a round of applause. Vincent Kumwenda, please come forward. Yeah, yes, please. Step over here. And Oganive Chingagure, please come forward. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Those are our judges this morning. Thank you so much. You can go and resume your seats. We just wanted to see you. I don't envy you at all. What you're about to get into is a very unpleasant experience because we will have very fascinating ideas and you have to choose which one goes away with 2 million kwacha and which one does not. And I don't want to be in that position at all. I would rather just be there, sit and say, wow, 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 like a siren. Okay. So now we're going to get into the pitches. And as I said, there are 8. 5 of them have not yet been implemented. But the people think, if we implemented this, I think it would change a lot in Malawi. So these are still at concept stage. Some of them are at prototype stage. So there are 5 of them. And we'll invite them one by one to make their pitches. And we're giving them a generous 7 minutes to take us through their concept or their prototype. And out of these 5, 3 are going to be awarded this morning. They will go away with 2 million kwacha. So no need to emphasize that this is a competition, so we expect you to abide by the rules of the game, and keeping time is one of them. So strictly 7 minutes. You step on the podium, you make your presentation, and you step off in 7 minutes. And then after that, we are going to invite the other 3 that are already in the business or in market, and they're already using these technologies and they want to wow us with those innovations. And then we will take a break to allow the judges to go through the arduous task of screening those pitches and deciding who gets what. But we will meanwhile use that space to have a conversation on the role of youth and technology in transforming traditional agriculture. So who are the individuals that are going to make presentations? They're coming in this order, not necessarily in order of importance, but we'll start with Kumbo Mindiera with Mind Era Innovations. This is an agri-tech smart hybrid biogas powered incubator and cooling chamber concept. Quite a mouthful, but it's an innovation. So what else would you expect from an innovation? It has to be something that bamboozles you. And then we will have Gresham Bistance to make a presentation on automated greenhouse and Dorolo Wambeu. Do you want me to translate that? Dorolo Wambeu. If you talk to me nice, I can translate it for you for free. Otherwise, I charge for translations. Dorolo Wambeu. So, Gresham Bistance is from Agritech Nexus and is going to make a presentation on a prototype of automated greenhouse and Dorolo Wambeu. And then Gonjetso Jinyama is going to make a presentation on a prototype for Kolola app. Kolola app is from Edge Labs. And Sarah Msambira is going to make a presentation of a prototype on a farm management system. Sarah is from Small Farm Cities. He's going to make a presentation on a concept of smart silos. Smart silos. Now, make no mistake, Dr. Henry Makoa is a medical doctor, not a PhD holder. So we'll see how a medical doctor thinks in relation to smart silos. We'll see when it comes to make that presentation. So I would like to invite our presenters to come forward and take turns in making their presentations. I don't want to be coming here and calling the next person, but I'll be forced to if I see that someone is not keeping time. But I expect you to take turns in making your presentations, starting with Kumbo Mindiera, then Gresham Bistance, then Gonjetso Chinyama, Sarah Msambira, and Henry Makoa, and then we will take a break so that I can introduce the other pictures this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage the first person to make a presentation, Kumbo Mindiera from Mind Era Innovations.
Good morning, amazing judges, esteemed guests, and everyone here. My name is Kumbo Mindiera, and I'm the founder of Mind Era Innovations. But before I go into my innovation that empowers smallholder farmers in Malawi to use egg incubators and cold storage units without the use of main grid power, I want to tell you how, or why rather, I came about with this innovation. See, I want to tell you a story about Grace. Grace is a single mother, 4 children, as you can see. But maybe for you, you might have a Grace in your life, and you might know her as a relative, an aunt, a grandmother in the village. Or you might know her as me, the way I do, as a smallholder farmer who sells meat, vegetables, perishables. And as you can imagine, one day I found Grace with the oldest daughter on a school day. she didn't go to school that day because she had been chased to go collect school fees. Grace relies on selling vegetables. She has chickens, yes, but she can't afford the expensive incubators. As you can see, she also has the youngest daughter who has some health issues, and she can't even take care of her because why? Because the poverty that comes about when she loses almost half of her perishables, the vegetables, soon after she harvests them. And so this hasn't happened once, it has happened regularly. And so it brought me to thinking to say, this is an opportunity, yes, but it's also an opportunity to bring about a social change. So we understand that as an entrepreneur, we look at opportunities, we look at problems, and we find solutions, right? But think about it. We see people like these ones every day. If you go to a local market today, most are women who are selling vegetables. You rarely find any other gender selling vegetables or tomatoes in our markets. It's usually the single mothers who are taking care of their families like that. And she's not alone. As you can see that we lose up to 40% smallholder farmers in Malawi soon after the harvest. And that's not all. As you can imagine that most of these smallholder farmers are poultry farmers. And as you know, poultry, then there's manure, obviously. And in manure, there's methane gas that is produced. And as you can see, methane is a greenhouse gas. And it's 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Once it's left out to our environment, that's what it does, what you see on the picture right there. It captures the heat and it causes that. So we live in a country whereby only 4% of rural households have access to electricity. And 16% of Malawians in total have access to electricity. So as you can imagine, if we had a solution that uses the main grid power to help these smaller farmers, wouldn't work because it's only 4%, right? So, and there's that high cost of the current egg incubators as well. So then I got to thinking, if methane is a greenhouse gas that is destroying our environment, what if the same methane could actually power our egg incubators and could give us access to electricity to run our cold storage units? So this is why I designed this solution. This is just a 3D model, but to simplify this is how it works. You have animal manure that is placed in a biodigester. It could be a plastic drum that is airtight. From there, we produce biogas. That biogas is used to run a gas burning chamber, the same way you use a gas stove. But in this case, we're only getting heat out of it to run our incubator. The incubator is automated by an Arduino code that regulates the temperatures. And the unique thing about this innovation is that we're converting directly the heat into electricity with what we're calling thermoelectric generators. That will run our cold storage unit. So with this simple mechanism to say, we're not using main grid power, we're not using the expensive solar, we are just converting directly the heat into electricity. So this is what it means. From that picture to that picture, it's the same person who has been having post-harvest loss, and now she has access to a cold storage unit, which is cost efficient and energy saving. And we understand that right now we're in the concept phase, but then we get to think that what if we did something on the concept phase? So this is what we've done so far. We have written the program already for the automation of the egg incubator. We have tried producing methane gas from animal manure, and we have also tried producing electricity directly from heat. So all this was done at the Unipod So this innovation mainly will target smallholder rural farmers, mostly are women in the villages. We also target the cooperatives, the agribusiness groups, because what we want is to have people who are in groups so that it's easy for them to actually pay or access the service, and it's also a security for us as a business to make a living out of it, because we understand that they will pay per month using pay as you go. So this is our team. So this is me. I'm a biomedical engineer by professional, and I'm a Uniport Malawi member. And we have technical support from Uniport Malawi. We have Ms. Hope Kasu, who's our electrical technician, and we have Mr. Joshua Ben, who's a mechanical technician. And we also have advisors from the Malawi University of Science and Technology. We do have Professor Alfred Malua, who's the Director of Research and Innovation. We have Mr. Edward Matengere, who's a lecturer in manufacturing engineering. So all this team is helping us to achieve our goal. And the impact is huge. And we're mostly focused on these 7 sustainable development goals. We're focusing on no poverty, because we understand that by providing the smallholder farmers with the technology to improve their sales, we are also fighting the poverty line. And we're also fighting zero hunger at the same time. And we're providing them with clean energy solution that does not pollute the environment, but rather saves it from it. So we are targeting the SDG number 7 as well. And we're also targeting SDG number 5, which is gender equality. As you can see, the team is diversified. And we're also going to have 7 out of the 10 trained local technicians. And we're also going to mainly target the climate action SDG. And also, as you can see, this is clearly innovation that is targeting SDG number 9. And I know there are other solutions that use the solar and diesel, but they're expensive. And as you can see, the way I describe it, it's easy, because it's only going to cost us $80 compared to the expensive solar, which costs as high as $300 per unit. So the target market, is huge. We have over 2.8 million Malawians who are into smallholder farming, and that is estimated to be over 240 billion in total.
Your time is up.
All right. Thank you so much. This is our vision, and our ask is 7 million Malawi kwacha to develop the prototype and scale it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your time.
Thank you very much. Grecian distance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the guest of honor, and all the protocols observed. Grecian visitors from AGRITECH Nexus. Yeah, so that's AGRITECH Nexus. So on our first slide, I say, smarter youths, stronger lives. Malawi's home ground AGRITECH Nexus. So we are saying over 80% of Malawians that depend on agriculture for livelihood. That's according to World Bank 2023, their report. Yet the smallholder farmers, up to 50%, they are having losses. And the access to agronomic extension services in some areas, they're very limited, and even in others, none exist. So GIT AGRITECH Nexus, they come to bridge that gap with local, intelligent, and inclusive technologies. So challenges in the agriculture sector, just to highlight them, we have erratic climate, we have rising input costs. We also have low adoption of precision or climate smart technologies, and the farmers that struggle with diagnosing plant diseases, pests, and even the tracking for the farm records. And there is also a challenge where youth and farmers, some farmers are excluded from emerging technologies. So our solutions, we present them here. We have two of them. One, we call it Dotolo Wambeo. So we can make it the crop doctor in English, but we are calling it Dotolo Wambeo. And number two, we have smart greenhouse, leveraging Internet of Things and the artificial intelligence. So in 2023, I met farmers in Chikoa who lost nearly 40% of their maize to pests and diseases, and then livestock parasites. Not because they didn't care, but because they didn't know what they were fighting. That's why we developed Dotolo. So with just a smartphone photo, a farmer can get instant answers like what's the disease, what's the parasite, or what's the problem. Then it gives the signs and symptoms, and then it gives a recommendation on how best you can treat and control and avoid it in the next future. All these things that come in our local languages. There is Chichewa English and other local languages. So that's just like the layout. That's the Dotolo application that carry out the plant and the livestock diagnosis. So as plant health, you take a picture of a plant, then it diagnoses and gives you the name of the disease, the cause, signs and symptoms, treatment, and control. The same applies to the livestock. We have that element where we do the same with the livestock. And thirdly, we have entomology where we are dealing with the study of insects. So we also have that element to take the picture of the insects. It gives you all about the insects. And then we have diagnosed history where it gives you the picture. Once you have diagnosed, you go back, just go and see what you did previously without even needing an internet connection. And then have the track of farm records where all the crop husbandry practices that you do, we just input. At the end of the season, we just download a document in PDF and the Excel form. So that's in line with SDG2, Zero Hunger, Industry and Innovation on SDG 9, 12, and then 13. So in 2023 as well, I visited the farming group in Salima who abandoned farming after a failed season, not because they lacked passion, but because floods, heat waves, and the pests kept wiping out their crops. They told me they plant with hope, but they harvest with the heartbreaks. That's why we came up with the idea of a smart greenhouse. So imagine a greenhouse that thinks for itself, adjusting sunlight, water, nutrients before a farmer even steps into. No guesswork, no waste, just that driven perfection a year throughout. So it's solar powered, environmental controlled. So it's an IoT where we have a mobile application in which from the mobile application you control and monitor. If anything happens in the greenhouse, it sends the SMS, it sends the SMS, it gives and other alarms, make sure there is some parameters not going on well in the system. So we grow food throughout the year, 365 days. And the autonomous control, where it regulates when the temperature goes higher, it decreases. If it's slow, then it heats up. So that's the sample of the greenhouse that we had. After that, that's the Dotolo and the smart greenhouse. So it's in all languages and in Chichewa as well. It works offline sometimes. After the diagnosis, it's extension services. And that's built in Malawi, not imported, full automation, zero farming, zero soil farming, and with minimum water, and sometimes with soil culture. Our edge is made in Malawi, it's farmer friendly, it's smart connection, it scales with people at all levels. So currently 10 farmers are using Dotolo at Bunda and other surrounding areas with satisfactory results. And the product you see is the second one. We had the first one, the second is learning at Bunda. So far 52 youth at Bunda have been trained with AgriTech, and 20 farmers has also been trained in some parts of Blantyre and here in Central Region. So this is being used as a training, a teaching and learning tool, and some 2 or 3 institutions, they need a pilot of that. So our vision with Dr. Wambeu, we want to reach almost 10,000 farmers, since it's just an application, and we want to deploy 150 smart greenhouses and reach almost 500 institutions, and then train almost 10,000 youth in agri-tech as we studied at Bunda, then to expand that. And those are the goals that we have. Now we're seeking that amount of money where we can expand to 50 farmers across Malawi with Dodowambeu, upgrade our system of Dodowambeu, and then also manufacture greenhouse in all regions where we can have the visibility of our services. And then the partnership and visibility, and as well as the mentorship. So as we go to the end, those are the revenues and the pricing strategies. Yeah, so pay per use, subscription models, and the product sales. So those products can do the consultations and
Your time is up.
more. So reaching this far, that's a video. It's just to explain how it works. So together, with the right tools, a farmer in Mitundu can achieve the use of farmer in Europe. Support us to lead a new era in African agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gonjetso.
Good morning. My name is Gonjetso Moses Chinyama from Edge Labs. So, when I first considered farming about a year ago or so, I was completely lost. I was asking myself, where do I even begin? What do I do? What do I even plant? How much seed do I use? How much fertilizer do I use? I have so many questions, but no guidance. And then I realized that I wasn't alone. There's so many young farmers like myself who have the motivation, but don't have the guidance. And it's not just beginners. There's even experienced farmers who face so many challenges, similar to beginner farmers. You know, they face challenges not knowing how to track costs, how to study weather alerts, how to plan through their farming season. If you look around, as somebody already said, one of the guests, I think it was a guest of honor, said that agriculture is trending right now. A lot of young people are getting into agriculture. And almost, if you walk around in these offices, almost every young person that you encounter is speaking about agriculture. They're farming somewhere, they're doing something somewhere. Have you even tried to perhaps look for a field on the outskirts of Lilongwe? You find that it's almost impossible right now to find somewhere just to put up a little small farm. But new and smallholder farmers are facing a lot of problems. We don't have structured plans. We lack timely information, and most of our work is based on guesswork. And as a result, low yields and a lot of missed opportunities. We're just doing things based off what we have heard from this person and that person. So the solution to that for me, I came up with this solution first for myself, but I eventually figured out that this could be used for other people. For smallholder farmers, for beginners like myself, Kolola is what I came up with. So Kolola is a simple, very simple application. What it does is that the first thing you do is you open the application and you create a field, a farm. And you draw out on a map where this farm is, and it calculates the size based on the drawing that you've put on the map. And then when you do that, you add a crop to this field. So for example, you say groundnuts. And then it calculates how much seed you need based on the size of the field that you gave, that it calculated. And then you give it a start date to say, for example, I want to start this on the 1st of July. And then what it does, it automatically creates a calendar based on your field size, as well as the crop that you've chosen, and it creates a calendar telling you at what point you have to carry out what activity. So as these events approach, so for example, it tells you at such a time you need to apply fertilizer. As it approaches, it gives you a reminder. It tells you that you're supposed to go apply your fertilizer next week. And that way you're kept up to date and you know exactly what you need to do and when you need to do it. So this problem, as mentioned before, was to solve my problem, but I figured out that this applies to so many people. So many young farmers right now are hearing the government talk about farming, but they just don't know what do I even do? And so what this app does, it tells them exactly what they need to do. But you and I know that farming is not so linear. You cannot just follow a calendar and it tells you what to do because you meet so many challenges. Weather challenges, there's things to do with diseases and the like. But what Corolla does is simply a companion just to help you so that you are aware of what I need to do next. It gives you a guide and it teaches you as you go along so that when you spot certain things, you're able to know, okay, this disease could be X, Y, Z. In addition to just helping myself, it also goes towards SDG number 2 for zero hunger, specifically target 2.3 and 2.4. So it's not just looking at how I can help small farmers and myself, but we're also looking at, as Malawi, how do we double the productivity and income of smallholder farmers? So as already mentioned before, we're looking at mapping field with size calculation, estimating seeds based on crop and land size. We're looking at a personalized farming calendar with task reminders. We're also looking at weather alerts to tell a farmer that there's massive rain coming up. Expenses and revenue tracking. I also noted that for so many of these young farmers, as they go ahead, they're incurring so many expenses, but they only get excited at the end of harvest when they sell their bag of maize, for example, for 45,000 kwacha per bag. But they're not really thinking of how much profit have I really made. But also, it's offline. So you know Malawi and you know our connectivity issues. So this application works completely offline. For the people who are very technical, this has been built on a front end of Flutter, and the back end we're using a database of MySQL, SQLite. So for those people who are technical, want to know how this comes about, that's how we are doing it. So the minimum viable product has been developed, and I tested this with a small group of farmers just to get some insight. And the feedback is quite interesting. They're saying that the calendar that's generated for their farm is quite insightful, and it makes things so much easier. Why? Because it mimics the way we do things in our daily lives. You have a calendar which shows you today I need to go to work, I need to attend this meeting, and it does in the same manner. You know exactly what you need to do next. Also, to expense tracking, it helps them to know what they need to do, how much money they're making, and how much money is going out. But also, in addition to that, I also got feedback to say that, okay, you're a tech guy, most of these things work, yes, but we need the agricultural experts to come in. So that's the thing that is still missing. We need agricultural experts to come in and put the information that is accurate. As I mentioned before, offline first, because this is Malawi. And also localized. So Malawian crops, seeds, fertilizers, and also languages, English, Chichewa, Tumbuka, and the like. And specifically tailored for young, fresh beginners, smallholder farmers. I'm saying this because there's other apps out there that have these things, similar things, for example, maybe weather alerts, or they have, what you call it, tracking of expenses and profit. But this app brings all of these things into one specifically for Malawians. So looking at how far we've come, MVP is ready.
Your time is up.
That has been developed. To take it to market, I need support. I need support in 3 areas. Number 1, building the knowledge base. As I said already, I need somebody agricultural to tell me, to say, we need to put this kind of information within the knowledge base so that it's accurate. Number 2, we need cloud hosting. And number 3, to improve the application, build it to become a much better app, to provide better recommendations to young farmers. And we also need support from partnerships and NGOs, so that we can measure impact. The NGOs and partners in government can help us to measure impact, to run pilot studies, to compare a group of Corolla users versus a group that is not using, to see the yield, to see the income, and see if this app is helping these farmers to grow. In conclusion, I have two goals with this. Number one is to make farming so easy, so guided that anyone, even if you were like me, who in primary school, secondary school,
Thank you very much.
I had no use for agriculture, but now I'm interested. It should help somebody like me to confidently start. And number two, I came across this quote in a paper to say that in Malawi we average around 2 tons per hectare for maize, for example. But we have potential to get to about 8 to 10 tons per hectare. And I want Kolola to be one of those things that helps farmers to take guided steps and be able to do this. So Kolola has a potential to reduce barriers to entry, unlock food security, youth engagement, and bring up a new generation of confident farmers. So with your support, we can take Kolola from a prototype to a national agricultural companion. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sarah Msambira. Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Sambila, from the Director of Enterprise Estate from Small Farm Cities, a holistic farm management platform that helps smallholder farmers. I grew up in Salima with my family, where we're all farmers, and the community that surrounded us were also farmers. Growing up, I noticed some of the struggles that smallholder farmers face, including my family. And one of the major struggles that we struggled with was low productivity, which led to low income. Even though some organization and the government would come in to attempt the solution for some of the problems, there was still something missing, because the projects would start, it would be happy at the start, everyone's so excited, and then at the end, it would end. Some of the solutions that they would bring would include some of improved seeds. They will come with market trends updates, even post-harvest loss storage system to help with the smallholder farmers. Even though the programs would start, as I said, it would end. Learning, I realized that it was mainly because of two problems. One, lack of sustainability, of which the programs would start and maybe it will come to an end because the funding would come to an end. The other one, it was the value. Farmers didn't really see the value. It didn't really increase their productivity, so most of them would just leave it as the organization or the government leaves the project. In searching for solutions, I was enrolled in the top University of Agriculture of Malawi, that's Luana, where I studied agriculture, and really I wanted to understand, to say, why does the solutions that people provide don't really work, or they start and they stop? With that in mind, after I graduated, I wanted to understand, to say, why do commercial farms do it the way they do it? In which they're able to make profits, they're able to sustain the companies, and they're able to run in years as the years goes. And going into a commercial farm, I was lucky enough where I was leading and directing the commercial farm. And there I realized, to say, the challenges that smallholder farmers face are the same challenges that the commercial farmers face, but just that they had a solution for it. And some of those solutions, I would say, would help them now to be sustainable, to make money, and to run. But I also wondered all the time, to say, those solutions are there for commercial farms. How about the smallholder farmers? That's when I had an innovation to say, let's have something that works for smallholder farmers. That's where Enterprise Estate started from, a holistic farm management platform, where we're integrating physical and digital infrastructure in order to solve some of the challenges that smallholder farmers face. Some of those challenges that would lead to low productivity and income are because of lack of the experience or just expertise for them to able to produce. The other one was lack of quality input and financing. So we have the right inputs that the farmers will need, but it's so expensive for them to get it. And also, there's not really any organization that are there to finance them to help get all those inputs. The other big one, I would say, in Malawi, over 50% of vegetables are lost from post-harvest losses. So also these had a factor in order for them to have low income when it comes to the production. The solution that we have is a holistic one. It's not just one solution for all, but it's everything combined to have a solution for smallholder farmers, of which enterprise estate, we have a solution for that. We provide trainings and extension services. We offer loans, which are able to help them with the right inputs and also the irrigation. And in general, just planning the production and also the marketing planning for them. How does it go about? So the first one is the trainings and extension services. It's a blend of physical infrastructure and the digital part. As we see in one of the pictures, that's me just taking over one of the trainings that we had with extension workers and also farmers. In these trainings, we usually do the learning through action process, where we want them to understand, first of all, the business side of it, and from there, they're able now to take it up to their different farms. But also with this, we realize to say, once people leave, especially farmers and extension workers, they'll come back again with questions to ask, how do we go about the production? That's where we're integrating it with digital infrastructure. With the digital infrastructure, it's where, because of all the questions that we would have right after the trainings, or when they go back, they'll ask the same questions again. With the digital infrastructure, it's still on its pilot phase, where we have an AI chatbot, where you are able to ask questions that we have put the document in from all the trainings that we do. For example, on the side, we're seeing one of the extension workers just asking a question on the AI to say, what's the best seed a farmer can use depending on the time that they're in. So here we're seeing on the structure to say, it's able to give you now the diagram from the document that we have populated in the AI to give you the right answers to those questions. So instead of now coming back, making calls, you're now able to go on the chat book and able to get the answers that you need. Apart from that, we also offer input and irrigation financing. So it's not just the training and the extension services, but it's also the input and the financing that they need for them to increase the productivity. So as we can see on the dashboard as well, we have some elements that will help us now to project and track farm business profitability and financing. Because we're saying it's a loan, we're giving them inputs and irrigation financing, we want to be sure that they will make the right amount of money from the product, but also we're able to get part of the expenses that we have incurred in the production. So here we're able to say we have a drone taken of the farms, because we know that we need to see the size of the plots that the farmers have. And from there, we have the projected yield that will be harvested. The yield is coming out because we already have been doing it for 3 years, and we have the data, and it's just a projection for us to know if you have the certain type of area. For example, this farmer would have 100, let's give a 10 by 10 meter plot. You're able to project how much kgs you're able to get, and from that, you're also able to know what projected prices you can get, depending on the trends that we have.
Time is up.
And from there, that's the dashboard. And then we also have market linkages and the digital form for it, where we are selling to BICC, ShopRite, and Sadbird, the products. And from there, we're able to even coordinate with the farmers that we're seeing how they can plant and harvest to meet the demands that they need with the production. So, for example, we know they need, in the month 1, they need 1 ton. We're able to now coordinate it with the farmers how they'll grow it. How it works, first of all, it's initial training. We have the dashboard where they're able to see the input and the financing, and then they are able to get support from the AI, coordinated harvest and the market connection. They will repay the loan, and from the loan, we're also able, they'll make a profit, and that we share, and it goes again. The impact, we've been able to produce 10 times the amount that a normal smallholder farmer produce, helping with SDG 2, zero hunger, because you have a lot on a small field of land. And also reduce post-harvest losses. Instead of you just producing, we're targeting to say, month 1, we need 2 tons, and then you produce according to that. So that it's just on a prototype. We have for the 2 seasons of farmers,
Thank you
and
very
we have
much.
been able to get payment as well. The next step is to increase the number of farmers that are involved in the program, and also to integrate the service. As I said, it's in individual tools, to integrate it into one form of application that they're able to use it up, and to track the impact matrix as we go as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Henry Makoa.
My name is Dr. Henry Makoa. I'm a medical doctor by profession, but then I'm a farmer by birth because my grandfather as well as my parents are both farmers. So let me take you to a journey through which I take when I'm going to my home village, Kasungu. As you go by the Kanengo, you find that building. That's our grain storage in Malawi. And 2 years ago, if not 3 years ago, tons and tons of maize got rotten because of that system. But besides, that's not the point. Today, I bring you one of the difficult challenges which Malawi has been facing, in this case, post-harvest losses. Data says that currently Malawi loses about 480,000 metric tons of maize each and every year, excluding groundnuts and other grains. So currently, that's how we are storing our maize. As you can see, the middle picture, there's termites eating maize. And then those are bags. Last year, I had about 100 bags. I lost about 10 because on the stack, about 10 of them got rotten because of moisture. So because of that, we are stuck in the cycle of poverty, where we plant, we harvest, and then we lose. So this is coming from a background of using traditional bamboo silos, which are very vulnerable to moisture, pests, as well as theft. My drunken uncle used to get some of the maize to sell, and then while we are not aware. So now, the solution. Introduction of smart silos. These silos are low-cost, tech-enabled grain storage systems designed specifically for smallholder farmers like me. The design will accommodate different types of grains, including maize, groundnuts, beans, and others. In this case, how will this technology work? So, similarly to the traditional grain silos, these ones, they will keep our maize. If you look at me, I'm quite tall. About this diameter, if you make a silo, this diameter, it should be able to at least keep about 1,000 kgs, which is about 20 bags of maize. Yeah? So this silo will detect early signs of spoilage. It will monitor temperature as well as humidity. A good example is maize. You need a temperature of about 20 to 30 degrees to have it kept for about 2 or 3 years or more. And you need about 13 to 18 degrees of temperature to keep groundnuts. So this smart silo will monitor temperature in real time as well as humidity. It will also monitor pests, and it will also be able to detect any breakage. So my drunken uncle wants to come and store some maize. Obviously, it will be able to notify using this alarms, or even giving me real-time notifications on my phone. Interestingly, this will be powered by solar energy. As you know, where I come from, Magesi, electricity is not yet there, so we use solar energy. It will be made from iron sheets and insulation materials and systems to remove moisture, for example, heat fans, as well as cooler fans, to keep the crops on the optimal level. So, why does this matter to have to move from traditional silos, bags, to modernized silos? One, as I said, we are reducing post-harvest losses. It also improves food security, saves space. You can put this outside, unlike using a room where you can put hundreds of bags. You can just have that belt for about 10 years. You should be using that. with minimal maintenance. Also, it contributes to Agenda 2063 as well as Sustainable Development Goals, so which include zero hunger as well as sustainable, innovative agricultural solutions. Impact and its potential. So there's a potential to save hundreds and hundreds of tons of grains produced in Malawi. In this case, it aims to improve over 2 million smallholder farmers, reduce reliance on emergency food imports during rain season, and as I've already said, promoting Agenda 2063, SDG number 12, as well as number 2. And interestingly enough, this can be sold, can be manufactured and sold to smallholder farmers. Also, the technology can be sold to the current existing technology. For example, at Kanengo, currently they are not using these advanced systems. So we can implement this technology to already existing silos. But on a smaller scale, we can manufacture this for our smallholder farmers, including myself. So another interesting thing is that this can be improved and worked on to incorporate other farming systems. For example, packaging. Yeah, this the same can be done to package, for example, to put in bags in the near future. So what do I need for this? That's my maize this year. What do I need? I need technical support to develop this prototype. Also, I need money, about 10 million, to have a prototype. And also collaboration with high-tech mentors. I'm a medical doctor by profession, but I need someone who can help me to code. I have an idea, but I need someone who can come up with a code to have these systems monitored. From the ministry, I need change in policy so that some of the raw materials which I need can be exported from outside and have tax waivers in order for me to come up with this prototype. So in closing, smart silos is more than a product. It's a pathway to resilient farming and secure livelihoods. Thank you for listening. I invite you to join me in transforming how Malawi stores its food. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me invite those 5 guys who just made the pictures to come forward and take a picture on stage while they can still smile, because after this, the smiles won't be as wide as they are now. Kumbo, Gresham, Gonjetso, Sarah, Henry, please just come forward. Let's appreciate you. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Just stand over there, just line up. Those are our pictures this morning. They've given us interesting ideas of how we can transform our agriculture. 3 of them will be smiling wider than they are by the end of it. But still, thank you so much, guys, for sparing time to put together these pictures. One more round of applause as they go and resume their seats. Thank you. It's getting hotter and hotter. Now we're getting to the in-market pictures. So these are individuals or companies, businesses that are already doing it, and they want to showcase how they're doing it, so that we can appreciate and possibly support them to do more. And out of the 3, 1 will get 7 million, another one will get 10 million, and the ultimate winner will get 13 million Malawi kwacha. So the judges will just have to shuffle after following the presentations, of course, who gets 13 and who gets 10. So these are going to be in this order. Alinafe Kaliwo from Macro Limited, and Alinafe Kali was going to make a presentation on chameleon card kit. Chameleon as in the chameleon that we all know. Stanislas Sakuya from MlimiPay Limited is going to make a presentation on MlimiPay point of sale. And Emmanuel Tungula from E&D Investments is going to make a presentation on solar dryer. And the time remains 7 minutes. Let's stick to time. For a change, I will alert you when it's 2 minutes to go, and then after 2 minutes, we're going to close. So in that order, let's have the presentations, starting with Alinafe, Stanislaus, then Emmanuel. Amwambira ni manja muntu wanyamula ka basket.
My name is Alinafe Kaliwo. I'm the founder and managing director of Macro Limited. Where's the clicking? Not here. Today, I want to tell you a story. It's not about technology, but about resilience in the climate era. The changing climate is affecting smallholder farmers. But today's story is about Enelis Joseph. Enelis Joseph is a smallholder farmer in Cheo district. And due to the impact of climate change, Enelis is unable to get enough for her family and even in income to improve their livelihoods. Enelis is not alone. Over 2 million smallholder farmers do irrigation out of guesswork and yet lose 72% of water. And this cost is part of what they lose irrespective of time. In 2016, the Australian Center for International Agricultural Research funded Dr. Richard Stizeka of the Scientific Commonwealth of Industrial Research Organization to come up with a technology, simple technologies that would help smallholder farmers to innovate, to manage their water resources. Dr. Richard Stizeka chose not any other country but Malawi. So he came to Malawi, partnered with the Department of Agricultural Research, and did a research. Out of the research, simple tools were produced. And they were able to help farmers to make impact in the way they manage water. The data that was collected from 1,500 smallholder farmers showed that the farmers were able to save 72% of water, 70% of time, 41% of fertilizer, and yet produce an average of 64% increase in yield. This data was presented when I was attending a consultative meeting by the Minister of Agriculture. And this is what drove my interest. I had already founded Macro Limited, but I said this is one of the innovations that really are there to change the way smallholder farmers farm or irrigate their crops. I found myself in 2022 when I was doing my PhD at the University of Cape Town. I had a conversation with the innovator and I said I would need this to be manufactured in Malawi. And because this was produced by farmers in Malawi, the whole technology, he awarded me a royalty-free access to the intellectual property to set up a manufacturing facility in Malawi to produce the sensors. I deregistered from my PhD. I came back to Malawi and sat with the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture. And on that round table, we produced a framework that would take the tools to the smallholder farmers. And it was a public-private partnership framework. And out of that framework, a memorandum of understanding was signed between my company and the Minister of Agriculture to handle manufacturing as the Minister of Agriculture handles the awareness and the distribution of the tools. In 2023, we sat at the crossroads and figured out how this is going to work. But now, what are these tools? So a Chameleon 2, a solution like Chameleon 2, at the center of it is this sensor that you see in my hand. This is not just a mere soil moisture sensor. This is mimicking what a plant needs, as in water from the soil. Let me tell you the principle. The principle is based on what we call tensiometer principle. It's a soil stress principle for those of us who have gone in that scientific realm. It mimics how the plant extracts water from the soil, eliminating all the different parameters that are there in handling water by different types of soils. This is mimicking an advanced technology that is expensive, yet made cheap for the smallholder farmers.
2 minutes.
When this is connected to a card, I would demonstrate. With a farmer like this, and press a button, you produce a light. This light tells a lot. Blue, when the soil is wet, green, when the soil is just moist, and red, when the soil is dry. And yet telling the farmer what to do at what time. Our success stories are many. We have been awarded locally and internationally. Our innovation has been recognized by the World Bank. I was in Nairobi 2 weeks ago, presenting on the same podium like this, and the World Bank said this is one of the technologies we need in Africa. We were awarded also in 2024 a sum of $1,500 by the WFP under the ICA program, which is Agricultural Innovation for Climate Resilience program, to scale our production. We're able to scale to 800 sensors per month, sensitized over 3,000 farmers, and launched in almost all the districts in Malawi where irrigation takes place. We're able to set up 7 satellite depots under the Ministry of Agriculture, with our members sitting in the offices of the ministry. In the next 12 months, we want to scale our production to 1,500 sensors, reach to the neighboring countries. Zambia is already interested. I've got partners in Zambia. We have partners in Tanzania. And when I went to Kenya, after a pitch, I got officials from the Ministry of Agriculture in Somalia who bought the tools right there and then. And we want to reach, in Malawi, we want to reach 6,000 farmers more. And we are also developing an advanced AI chatbot that would use the same knowledge that is coming from the sensor to tell the farmer on what to do, more than what they could get from just the light.
Your time is up.
We are looking for expansion grants, investor readiness, venture capital, to scale our production and to partner with many partners. We're already partnering with the Minister of Agriculture, yes, but we need more partners. And of course, policy engagement. On this one, let me say that there is a big opportunity in Malawi. We have the Sea Level Transformation Program that needs the tools, but we don't have the capacity to produce as to that extent. So I'm calling for all of you to support us so that we can reach a target where every smallholder farmer irrigating in Malawi has this sensor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stanislas?
My name is Stanislas Sahuya. I'm the founder and managing director of Mlimi Pay Limited. So So I'm here to talk about our greatest innovation from our company, which we're calling it Mlimi POS. So I think everyone else here knows what a POS is. Some of you have used it when you were buying your fuel. Some of you have used it maybe in these big shops. Even here at BICC, if you want to make a payment, if you have a card, you can use that. So Mlimi Pay actually is a digital saving and payment platform, which it has been tailored for rural smallholder farmers to help them save and redeem farm inputs. So our platform ensures that these farmers, regardless of their literacy level, they can access affordable and traceable farm inputs. So here in Malawi, seed and fertilizer is one of the most important things in the life of rural smallholder farmer. But the process of buying these inputs is quite expensive, especially at this time when the prices are just going up. As of now, an acre, it is requiring 300,000, which most of these farmers, it's hard for them to pay at once. So we have designed a digital platform where we allow these farmers to buy these inputs in small increments. But we realize that there is a very low penetration of mobile phones in the rural areas. So it gave the opportunity of these farmers to use some other models which were not reliable, as keeping these records in books, which is not good. So the big problem is 70% of rural farmers, they lack phones. In short, there's no SIM card ownership. There's no access, because they don't have the phones, even the access of phones is quite low. And even poor record keeping, which at the end of the day, maybe the treasurer can run away with some people's money, which it leads to problem. So there is also a problem in access to these inputs. So in short, these farmers have been excluded in the digital agri-finance. So our solution is a POS, which I've already discussed, where we realized that even though us being on the USSD, some farmers, they don't care having the phone, but all what they are caring, it's about fertilizer. So we introduced this POS, which now we are linking their accounts to an NFC card, which is operating as a Visa card in summary. So instead of these farmers to redeem money, they have to visit our partners, which as of now we are working with Farmers World. They can just go to their branch. So instead of getting the equivalent of the money which they saved, they can tap on this POS, they will redeem the inputs, which is fertilizer and seed, and any input which they were saving. So at the end of the day, they will need a proof. So instead of us sending them an SMS, we produce a receipt, which is an instant. And also farmers, they can also check their balances with a tap by just tapping on our POS, and it will release a receipt. We have already done all the integrations with TNM Pamba and the Airtel Money, and the POS has also been designed to work offline. So these farmers, they can be onboarded offline, and when the internet is back, they can be synced. So how it works. So these farmers, they visit our agents where they open their digital wallets. Then they can be doing their savings via the agents. If they have the phone, they can do on their own using Airtel Money and TNM Pamba. And later, they can redeem these inputs at Farmers World or Agola, then they can collect. So why we win, there's no need for a farmer to have a phone. Even a farmer is illiterate or old, with just our NFC card, which is like acting as a Visa card. These farmers, they can be able to save and redeem these inputs. So they can also have statements, receipts, to know where they are with their savings. So there's also biometric ready, because even giving them PIN numbers is quite challenging. But with just a finger, it's a proof of life. Now they can be able to redeem those inputs through these POS machines. And we have partnered with Farmers World. We're not just working with another agro dealer where they can redeem these inputs. So as of now, we have deployed these POS in 18 Farmers World branches here in Central Region, and we have already onboarded 5,000 plus farmers. And this strategic partnership, it has also helped us to lock the prices of these seeds, seeing how the prices are going up. So with that partnership, it has helped us to lock these prices. So when these farmers are saving, there's actually no change in the prices.
2 minutes.
So the business model, we charge these farmers 500 kwaja a month, and these NFC cards, we procure them in China. They are not made here in Malawi, so they have to pay, but it's once off and it doesn't expire. It's forever. And we are also getting commission from the sales of seed. As of now, there's 4.5 million farmers here in Malawi, and which around 3 million, they are excluded. And our entry point is here in Malawi, but we are also looking forward to go to Zambia, Mozambique, and Uganda. Uganda, we have other partners which we have been in talk, and they have said that our model can also work better there. So we are looking for the 13 million to procure these NFC cards, which somehow we can just subsidize them to these farmers because that's their lifeline. And we are also looking to onboard another 5,000 farmers and also to train agents, which are 50 plus, which they will be offered these POS machines. So this funding will drive us nationwide inclusion, ensuring that every farmer can tap into access of these farm inputs. This is not just fintech, this is food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Tungula from E&D Investment. We have said a lot of things about agriculture, productivity, increase of production, and whatsoever, but I want to show you something which is very different. The post-harvest loss, the forgotten giant. For many times, for many years in Malawi, we have talked much of production, and we have contributed a lot, farm organization and the like. But I've lost one thing that can put us down, that's post-harvest loss, the forgotten giant. I'll tell you a story of someone in Baraka. His name is Moses Chamba. Moses Chamba, the story reads in Chichewa, is ena mwalimi ambeu atomato mboma la Baraka, adandaula kamba kakusowa kwansika ogulitsira tomato. So Moses Baraka is one of the young farmers who is complaining about the lack of market opportunities of tomato. And at the end, the young farmer is declining. Zimene zingaende, the last part of the picture, you can see. So this story was written by Times. That is, I think, a week ago. But there are so many stories you can share about post-harvest loss in Malawi. So, as you can see, the problem we are solving as E&D investment is the increase in post-harvest losses among smallholder farmers. As indicated in studies, it has shown that it's about 40 to 50 losses in fruits and vegetables, tubers as well. So, as well, post-harvest loss is increasing emission of methane gas. So as you can see, about 80 to 10% of methane gas has been increased. Is it fair as a country? Are we doing fair to the environment? I don't think so. Somewhere in Malawi entire, we are doing this. These are the seeds which Malawi are committing daily. Another story of someone in Chilazulu, the whole wheelbarrow of tomato is wasted. Somebody put labor, efforts, water, and everything. So it's losing the whole wheelbarrow of tomato. This is very challenging as a country. Another story of someone in Mulanje, pineapples, even being sold at 100 kwacha. That's very painful. We are tackling issues at hand, evidence-based. Propose a solution, E&D investment. We are providing affordable, sustainable post-harvest losses management technology to smallholder farmers to enhance value addition and increase food security. We are tackling SG number 1, no poverty, 0 hunger, SG number 13, which is climate action, where we are reducing the emission of methane, which is more hazardous, 10 times dangerous than carbon dioxide. And we're also dealing with enabler number 7 on environmental sustainability on Malawi 2063 agenda. What are we doing? We are providing these forced conversion solar dryers, as you can see. They are cheap, affordable, and user-friendly. Uh, uh, we'll play a video. Can you please play a video? Oh. I want you to see the video. One of the products that we use is solar dry to dry, and the tomato is one of the highly moistured fruit. Is it possible? It's failing. Okay, yeah, that's a video of one of the products that we managed to dry, tomato, and this is our model. We have the key activities that we do, key partners, leveraging through the sales of machinery and the like. The inclusive impact, what you can see there, youth empowerment, empowering smallholder farmers, reducing post-harvest losses, and export potential, because Malawi has been relying on imported machinery. So using local-made machine, we are reducing forex externalization. On the other hand, reducing green gas emission. What we need capacity building, collaboration, strong partnership, networking, marketing linkages, financing for about $15,000 to scale up to meet a lot of smallholder farmers who are facing this challenge in Malawi. Our future plans to be the leading local provider of sustainable post-harvest management solutions to smallholder farmers in Malawi and beyond by 2030. The vision. Malawi can even reach here. We can't be losing all the products every year. We should feel sorry for our country. We should feel sorry for the losses we have made. And now is the time, as the AYuTe challenge title, reimaging the future of agriculture. This is what we do. This is what we want. So we can even do this, what is happening in other countries. This is our team. Thank you for listening. I believe everyone here is concerned. We are ready to join hands in reducing post-harvest losses which Malawi is experiencing. Thank you.
A round of applause to the three presenters. Thank you. So before the judges disappear into the chamber of decisions, they've got a couple of questions to ask to the pitchers this morning. So I will invite the first five to just come and take their seats in front, and the judges are not under any duress to ask questions to each one of you. They will ask to those who they want any clarifications on. So could I have those five, please? Come, just take these seats here. The judges have got some questions for some of you. And then after that, I will also invite the other three presenters to also come and get any questions from the judges. So I will leave it to you, our panel of judges, to handle this next session. And I hope you still remember the names of the pitchers, but if you don't, you can just call out the name, and the one who made the pitch is going to rise to respond to that. So we've got Kumba Mindiera, we've got Grecian Bistance, we've got Gonje Tsojinyama, Sarah Msambira, and Dr. Henry Makoa. I'll leave this to you judges to handle it. Thank you.
Okay. I will start. There were a lot of questions, yes, I think when you're presenting, but we just narrowed down to a few. One question that goes to all of you, considering that your solutions are still at very early stage, just wanted to understand if you've got a structured approach to getting feedback from farmers and the users of your systems. And if each one of you can share with us one of the key feedback that you've got from any of your users and how that has been integrated into your, whether it's development or how you're working on your system. So I think that's a question that goes to all of you.
How much time would you allocate to each one of them? Is 1 minute enough for them to respond?
Yeah, 1 minute is enough for each one.
Okay, fine. So let's start from my far right there. 1 minute to just answer that question, and then we'll take turns. Yes, the mic is on.
So, as I was saying, in terms of the approach, so first we do the research on how this product will be whether will it be accepted to the community or not. So the first step is to do research. The second step is to now develop this product, coming up with all the equipment needed, welding and fabrication, coming up with the codes required for the program to run, and then making necessary sensors to work and bringing this whole thing together.
Okay.
But, yes.
Yes, please. Your 1 minute is up. Let's hear from the next presenter.
Yeah, we have ways in which we got the feedback, in which we had almost 4 people from where we get the feedback. The first one, as one of the partners, is the Director of Science, Technology and Innovation, Professor Tomala Mikega, the one who gave us feedback that this is nice, but we need to bring in the issue to do with the voice note, that he can also give the voice. So he told us that. And then had the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Rwanda, who gave us the advice to say, can you bring the element of livestock? So we brought in that element of livestock. And lastly, we attended 2024 Agriculture Fair in Blantyre, and that's why we got many feedback from people.
Any farmers, did you talk to any farmer who can use the system?
Yeah, yes, of course.
What did they say?
We talked to Mrs. Kajala, it's based in Blantyre, who used the Dotolo Ambeo, in which it was satisfactory. He tried different types of crops and livestock. It worked for him. That's one of the reasons. But as I'm saying, there are 10 farmers who are using this around Mitonto. Thank you.
Next presenter.
Thank you very much. Feedback is one thing that we believe in. From feedback, we learn a lot. For example, the system that we have, we said we're integrating physical and a digital part. The physical part was something that we got a feedback from farmers who really wanted to learn through the action. So the first step for them was, instead of just bringing the technology, we can incorporate it first, of which we started with now the physical trainings that we do. And from there, now they're able to understand the digital part. But also the other feedback we got is the use of extension workers. Extension workers are part of the community. They trust them already. So being part of it has also been a helpful thing. That's why we use a lot of extension workers in part of the system that we have. And the other feedback that we got was they really wanted to know, would the system make money for them? Of which now that's why we incorporated to say we project the inputs that they need, but also we projected the amount of money that they'll make out of it. So that feedback has really helped because they're willing to take up the technology when they know that they can make extra than they already made. So feedback has been a great one to modifying the system that we had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Kumbo Mindia. And as a way to get feedback, we have divided our pilot in 2 phases. The first phase is to develop the high fidelity prototype. And from there, we will gather about 5 farmers who test the prototype. After that, we're going to evaluate the data. And on our second ask, we're going to scale it to about 15 people who are also going to test our prototypes. So this is how we've in a period of 6 months, we'll divide our pilot. And from there, obviously, we're going to scale it to 1,000 by 2027. So that's a way of how we're going to get the feedback from the farmers that is including service to their respective business places. Thank you.
Thank you. Next presenter.
Okay, thanks for the question. Gonjetso Chinyama. So over the course of the year and a half, we've had various feedback. So I have a group of 6 key farmers who I get feedback from. And being that it's an app, it's a software, it's very easy for me to have an agile process where I create something, I hand it over to them, they give me feedback, I get it back. But one of the most important things that I have been that I've gotten from these farmers is the fact that I mentioned already in my presentation that the information within the app needs to be more accurate. So there's a file within the app which acts as a knowledge base where all the information about these crops is placed. And what's very important is that it needs to be accurate. It needs to provide timely information. It needs to be things that suit the local environment. So that's one of the biggest challenges and feedback that I've been given, to say that you need to have someone, an agricultural expert, to give you the right information to put within the app that can actually help farmers. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the white smoke in the room is a signal that the judges have already found the winners, but I believe not, because there are still more questions to come.
Yes, thank you. Three of you. What is your consideration in terms of Dodolo Ambeo, the issue of phones without cameras and so on, for you to spread to the wider smallholder farmer? What are the considerations you've done for that? Then to small farm cities, how much are your loans on average? Or how much are you anticipating you're going to loan people on average to complete the process? And in terms of scalability, because you've got the physical trainings and whatnot, how do you think you're going to reach more people in terms of how you're going to deliver the trainings and do the physical aspects? And in terms of the silos, have you started trying to work out how much it would cost and where you would source the materials that you're going to get? And then what would be the revenue framework that you would use to collect money for the silos that you have? Thank you.
How much time are you giving them to respond to those questions?
Give them a minute or two.
A minute or two. Okay, fine. That means 1.5 minutes. All right. So let's answer them in that order, the order that the questions came.
Yeah, so I've been asked on the consideration to do with farmers who doesn't have a smartphone. So maybe I can also answer on both the smart greenhouse as well as the Dodolo Ambeo. So on the Dodolo Ambeo, we had two considerations, in which one is to do with the lead farmers. So in the villages, we always have the lead farmer, in which we usually say has to possess a smartphone. That's the first one. Number two, with GIT, we say if the lead farmer doesn't have a phone, we provide through the funding when they get one. Through the services, we'll be able to get back some little amount of money from it. And then you have agricultural cooperatives, in which through the cooperatives we go the same way as I've said, to do with the lead farmer. On the greenhouse, also have the mobile app, in which that one we are currently working on it to come up with a Arduino controlled remote. Now learning out from the mobile app, so that the farmers who doesn't have a mobile app, they can work on it. And this one, it has just been implemented, and it's under the way to be tested by the end of this week. That's all I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the first question, the loans. So right now we're on the prototype. It also depends with the size. That's the reason why we first of all have the sizes of the plot, but we're willing to go up until 200,000. But as it is, we already had a training that we had Standard Bank being part of it, where they came in and they had a conversation with the farmers with the opportunities that are there with Standard Bank. So for us going forward, in general, to put in the loan, that's why it's a bit hard. We can't reach a lot of people. But now it's partnering with different organizations that already provide loans that can be able to now do it on a larger scale. With the market that we have, then we're able then to take up from there. You also ask about scalable in terms of the trainings. So the trainings that we do, we also have a part where we're saying training a trainer. So it's a prototype where we're saying we can train extension workers. From the trainings that we have, the extension workers will be the one now to take up the information to the farmers. But beside that, it being scalable now is the part of the technology side, where we're saying we integrate all the documents that we teach the farmers or the extension workers. Now we can populate it in a digital platform where people are able now to go in and then check and then learn from there as well. So it can be both. To scale, that's now going to the digital side. But as it is, we are integrating both of the two. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much. I just want to get clarification on the first question.
The first question was, have you considered, what is, was it the cost? Yes, how much will it cost a farmer? You gave us the 10 million that you want to use to bring in the resources to create your prototype. But it will cost to a farmer that wants to buy the smart silo. Have you started costing it?
For the first prototype to be developed, yes, I agree. I need about 10 million because it goes. It needs a lot. Yeah, you need to pay people to develop your program. You need welding to fabricate. So at the end of the day, if you do cost analysis on the actual product in terms of the materials spent, depending on the size. For example, I gave an example of a silo which is about, which can keep about 1,000 kg of maize. Yeah, that's a very small size. It's not as big as you see. So, after it goes into regular production, the size, you should spend about 1 to 2 million to produce that. Yeah, for a smallholder farmer to acquire such type of technology, we are not going to say buy this at this price. We are going to give them sustainable plans of payment. Because let's say a good example is this silo, we aim to have it to last more than 10 years. So we can agree with the smallholder farmer that you're going to pay us back in this period of time, depending on how much that smallholder farmer produces. Reflecting back on definition of who a smallholder farmer is someone who at least does 50 hectares, less than 50 hectares of farmland. So last year I did about 10 acres, and I made about 10 million or so. If I can invest in this technology, I'll be assured that I'll have my maize stored at the farm, because now I have to worry about transportation from Kasungu to Blantyre, which is extra money. So in terms of the cost, once this product goes into full production, it shouldn't cost less than 2 million. But for me to come up with the prototype, it should cost more than that, because there are so many moving parts to it, and there's so many other considerations that needs to be made. Coming on the second question on how this product will generate revenue. The first way is the direct sales, of which farmers will sell them to farmers. The second way is through rentals. We have cooperatives. Where I come from, we have cooperatives where a group of people come and then they grow maize together. So we can lend these technology systems, silos, to them.
Okay.
So we can, and then the second way is, the third way that is, we can also sell this technology to, let's say, the government, to improve on the current existing structures. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Do we have any more questions? Yes, please.
All right. Thank you so much, our esteemed teachers, for such intelligent and quite insightful presentations. I know it's getting intense, but this is just one of those things that you have to pass through as an entrepreneur pitching before a set of investors. It's a global principle. My fellow judge, Vincent, focused much on all of you. And then my dear colleague, Olga, had to ask questions to the three of you to my left. And then now let me just push a ball a bit to two handsome young men to my right, Kumbo. Yeah, so a nice presentation. But now I want to just us to look at the other side of the coin. You are talking about the biogas concept to be used for heating the incubators and the like. But now when you talk about the agriculture and technology at the intersection, there's an issue of food security, of course, which from another angle we can also look at it in the view of climate change, which is coming in because, for example, in our country, we are relying much on forestry products for energy, for cooking as well as heating. So much as your focus is on the incubator concept, which is to do with the poultry industry, I wanted just like to learn from you, if you can school us, to say, are you also thinking about using the biogas being harvested from your model as an alternative source of energy for cooking and heating? And then another one goes to Gonjetso Chinyama, right? Age lapse. There is a what you call like etymology. Etymology is a science that you focus on the origin of words. So in your model, you are calling it Corolla app, right? Where now you are using the vernacular word Corolla, that's Chichewa word altogether. But now looking at the concept that you are pitching before us, it's an app that is encompassing almost like the entirety of the farming activities. I want to just like to learn from you, why are you preferring the name Corolla? Because someone might think that maybe your focus is on just harvesting by that particular name, but looking at your model, I think it's encompassing nearly every farming activity. And then I think I'm tempted just to ask one for my friend here from, is it Bunda? You mentioned a word there, entomology. I like that because we had the one person, what you're saying is, with your idea is that a smartphone picture will be able to decode the kind of insects that are affecting a particular crop, right? So I wanted just to learn from you to say, how assured are we that your thought or your idea that you're putting onto us, one can be really able to detect all the insects that are here in Malawi?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Kumbo first, Gonjetso, and then Christian.
All right, thank you so much for the question. Manure, right? To use it to produce heat. Now, this heat can have several uses, which is you can use it for cooking, or in this case, an application in agriculture, which is harnessing the heat for poultry incubators, for egg incubators, right? And the next step was to directly convert the heat into electricity. Now, that part alone of converting it to electricity will give us access to a lot of things. We can apply it in agriculture, in this case, whereby we're using for cold storage. But it can be applied in our homes, in our hospitals, everywhere that there's need for electricity. But for this application is for smallholder farmers. But then it also be scaled up to other people who are also in need. So yes, I'm considering that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Gonjetso?
So thank you for your question. Kolola, I'll answer it in three parts. The first being that I look at the harvests as being one of at the peak of that farming journey. And so as you're going through that process, you're going through that farming calendar, the farmer is looking at, what am I going to get out of all of this? And so even as in the features, when you look at, you're tracking your expenses, at the very end, you enter in how much have I made out of this so that I can calculate the profit. So that being the peak event, that's why I quoted that. Also, I needed something local, something that farmers can resonate with within Malawi. But lastly, I feel that my vision is just beyond Malawi. It's not just Malawi. And I feel that I foresee someone, for example, in Ghana, asking me, what is Kolola? And my response will be, in Malawi, in our local language, Kolola means harvest. And as I'm doing that, I'm also flying Malawi's flag higher.
Thank you very much. Gresham?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I've talked of entomology where we're talking about the insects and the pests. First, I just want to give you a picture. I've been working hand in with one of the professors from Luana, Dr. Makwiza, in which he was trying to work on a project where have his own data in the identification of the pests, the trees, and all those kind of vegetation. It was so many years, but he was telling me some months ago, say, it's too much, it didn't work. So we came in with our idea to say, let's make this app be an AI-powered app in which we connected this application to the Google sites, in which the Google has all the information about all the pets, all the plants, and each and everything, all the science has it. So we connected this to the Google Cloud, where we do access this. That's why on the application we said there is a subscription fee in which we pay. That when the Google updates their APIs, also need to keep updating the application. So it's AI powered, it's directly connected to the Google Cloud. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any more?
Just a quick one before you hand over the mic. What accuracies are you getting through the whole application in terms of accuracy? If you scan and get the results, what accuracy are you getting?
Yeah, at first we had a little bit of challenges in terms of accuracy. Since it's now been a year we have this app, so we had some little challenges we had to do with the data that came in after the diagnosis. But now we have that kind of accuracy in which we do compare with the standards, in which we have some doctors, professors who are already into the animal health, animal production. So we have tested this so many times to say, let's take a picture and see what it brings, and then we go and talk to those professionals in that field of doing the pests and the animals. So we had to compare the data that came in. So after a couple of this comparison, we came to say this. They gave us after the comparison with those professionals whom we have in agricultural sector, as far as those people who are based at Bunda. For example, I have Dr. Korio who is much into that, so we had to keep in touch with him for quite long or to verify about the accuracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judges, can I excuse them? Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can go and resume your seats. Thank you so much. And we'll be calling you back later on when we are ready to announce the results. Thank you so much indeed. Let me invite the in-market presenters, Arinathe, Stanislas, and Emmanuel. Please come forward. And before you sit, I just want you to stand over there so that we can take a picture and remember the way your faces looked before the announcements were made. Because we'll have to take another one after the announcements are made. So we'd like to compare and contrast. Thank you. Thank you. You can take your seats. Thank you. I'll now give the slot to our judges to ask you questions on some areas that they need more clarification on. Judges, do you have any questions? Or you just want to smile and wave at them and then tell them to go and sit?
I'll go first. So I have questions for two of you. One is very similar to both. I don't know if I missed it, but even though you told us that it's affordable or cost-effective for the farmer, you didn't tell us actually how much it is. So I would like to know. So both macro, limited, and E&D investments, if you could let us know how much. And then for macro limited, my further question to you was going to be, in terms of the AI, how much of a value add is it actually in terms of your target customer? Because if you're targeting the small smallholder farmer, do they have access to the machines that will allow them to use the AI app? So how much of a value add? And then for E&D investments, in terms of the team, I think you kind of glossed over the team to just say, here's the team, but who is in the team? What is the capacity of the team that you have? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow the panel to respond to those before I take another set of questions. So questions to Macro and A&T, pretty much to all of you, I think.
Thank you so much for those questions. I will start. How much? So I brought this pack for a reason. This pack contains 3 sensors and 1 card. This costs only 45,000 kwacha. So we went across the country to ask farmers, and they said they could afford to buy the kits. So we are good on that, but of course, we need support from the government. Since the director is here, take it to the minister, please. Thank you. On the issue of AI value addition, we are looking at having extension workers help our smallholder farmers very well. Of course, we cannot take out the fact that smartphones have, gone into the villages. Now people are able to use WhatsApp. So we want to use even WhatsApp together with our app to sensitize the farmers. But at the same time, extension workers can benefit a lot from this. Another thing is that the government invests a lot of money in irrigation infrastructure. So how do we plan that? So it's taking hold of all that data that has been accumulated over the time and then making decisions on where to invest when it comes to irrigation infrastructure. And this is coming from the mouth of the director of irrigation himself, Mr. Mwepa. So this is one thing that we are doing to include AI in this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of price, our products, especially for configured solar dryer, the minimum price is 350,000. We understand the benefits which smallholder farmers will make out of it, so they can buy as a cooperative. If they can also manage, they can buy as individual purchaser. Thank you.
Thank you.
About our team, we have a team of technicians. Marketing side, we also have executive marketing team and the skilled labor force. So they are the guys who are very technical. They know how to do the work, but still, we need the more support on that they can be doing best things, good for our customers, that we can really improve the post-harvest management solutions in Malawi.
Thank you. Was there any question asked to the... No, okay, fine. Do we have any more questions?
Yes, I will use my time for Alinafe only. So I would advise that you write, or if you believe in your brain. So the first question is on hectarage. How many sensors do you need to put in on a particular piece of land, let's say 1 acre, 1 hectare, and all that, so that you can get the right accuracy? And the second question is on accuracy itself. How accurate is are your probes at this stage? In terms of percentage, I would be interested to hear the percentage of accuracy. And then the interpretation of the results, very, very critical. We know we are dealing with the farmers whose literacy levels are a bit low. How do you ensure that they're able to interpret the data and apply it in a proper way that really adds value to the youths? And then lastly, I've seen probes similar to what you're doing, but probes that do a little more than just moisture content and all that. They can be able to measure other things in the soil that can help farmers to make more decisions. I don't know if you have any plans to go beyond what you're measuring now and add more capacities in your sensors that you can be able to get more information on the soil and be able to interpret it for better yields. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those wonderful questions. For the hectareage or acreage or something, we recommend that if the field is so uniform, you can use 3 sensors per acre. So 3 sensors per acre would be enough if the field is uniform. But even if the field is different in terms of topology and so on and so forth, you need to choose areas where you know it will give you a better idea of how soil water is being handled on the farm. So that's key when you're coming up with the number of sensors when you're installing the sensors on a field. In terms of accuracy, I can say this takes over 90% of the accuracy because we test every sensor before it goes out. By the way, we have got a very intricate process of testing which involves us tracking every parameter before we give the sensor to the farmer. I invite you to our factory so you can see what we do. In terms of interpretation, that's why we went into color codes, because farmers understand colors, and it's just blue, green, and red. So using colors, we are able to, a farmer is able to know. And actually, many farmers are giving chameleon products names, like Muloza, like these other names that show it's a magic, right? Because you just put a card and you get a color, and you know this is dry, this is wet, and they're able to act accordingly. On other things to measure, yes, indeed, there's an opportunity for us to add other things. But we see that after research, by those scientists that were doing the research for 3 years, they saw that soil moisture is the most important parameter when it comes to irrigation. So that's what I can take.
Okay. Just a quick follow-on question. You've mentioned blue, green, and red. Have you taken into account people that suffer from color blindness, which is something we don't normally measure in Malawi? But then blue, green tend to be the colors that tend to be mixed up. How you may need to think about that. Just as a point to know.
And I might
Thank
add
you so much. A chameleon AI will answer that. Probably we are putting a voice version into chameleon AI so that once you take it should tell you what to do.
I was going to add that most men fall in that category of color blindness. Okay, do we have any more questions or comments, or we can release them? Okay.
Just one more. All right, so thank you so much, colleagues, again, for your such awesome presentations. So since Alinafe, you're already conversating, let's just proceed from there. So, anyway, it was really amazing to hear how you made such a bold decision. I don't know whether I can call it a bold decision to delete yourself from a PhD at the University of Cape Town, just to push this company. I mean, it really shows how committed you are into it. But now, I wanted just to learn from you to say, after you come in on the market, because you guys are on the market, that means this now is about pushing in favor, just accelerating your product so that more clientele could actually be reached with what you're offering already on the market. How is it like? What's the response like from the potential consumers? And then, of course, you had time run out of your presentation, so I think we didn't see clearly on how much are you asking from what the challenge is providing on the table. And then I also go to Mulimi Pay, such an amazing fintech concept altogether. But now I wanted just to learn from you in terms of distribution. You mentioned somewhere about 18 farmers' road branches through which your POS is actually working. But perhaps you can disaggregate in terms of which parts of the country are these FW branches located, so that we appreciate your reach in terms of the smaller farmers across the country. Thank you, Nova.
Thank you so much. About my deregistering, it was a bold decision indeed, but I have always had passion to solve Malawi's challenges, smallholder farmers' challenges. Since I was in year 3 in college, I started macro. So I said, if this is something that has to do with Malawi, then let it be. Because the professor wanted me to stay in South Africa. So I said no. On the response from the farmers, the response has been good, but we have a challenge. Farmers buy from the government. Farmers buy from extension workers. If we are to go into the market and say, this is something good, buy it, they will not buy. But if an extension worker goes there and tells them that this is what you need, they will definitely buy. And with that response, we went into the market. Yes, the Department of Extension Services were a part of our team, but the government has to make a bold decision, and it's already making a bold decision to say any irrigating farmer should be able to have this, because water now is an infrastructure, water is an investment by the government. So that is the direction we are taking at the moment. We are even thinking about bundling methods, where we can bundle the tools with fertilizer subsidies, probably, or probably any other services that we are offering to smallholder farmers that are into irrigation. That will accelerate our growth and make sure that we go there. In terms of what we need a lot. We need more to have a production facility that is able to suffice the market that we want. We are looking for over $500,000. Well, that will accelerate our production. That's what will accelerate our production, and we'll make changes in the market. So we are not looking only for local investors. We are looking also for international investors. We have been earmarked by the World Bank, the World Food Program, and of course the Mass Challenge Switzerland. So we are in all these platforms to make sure we get enough resources and we are able to provide to the market. Shirevai Transformation Program is a very big project. And the sensors that will go into Shirevai alone can take us 10 years to make, which shouldn't be the case. Because in 10 years, we'll be talking about another big project other than Shirevai Transformation Program. So that's what I can say for now.
And just a quick follow-up. If you're looking for $500,000 USD, then here now the maximum you can offer is 13 million. Then I don't know how much can you expatiate that in that line?
Yeah, I mean, this is a platform. I'm not looking at the money. It's a platform where I'm giving the work that we are doing, and probably someone here has, $1 million. So we can talk about business and we can make money together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Oh, that's about it. All right.
Okay. From the distribution part, we as Mlimipe, we are in 7 districts here in Central Region, apart from Kota. So, in short, all the farmers' road branches here in Central Region, there is our POS there. So, in short, these farmers' road branches, they are acting as a bank branch. So, when these farmers working in those branches, instead of them withdrawing their money, they are withdrawing the farm inputs. So, it's just equivalent. So, instead of getting back the 100,000, they are getting a bag of fertilizer or seed. So, we are in 7 districts, apart from Kota, but in the Central Region, and 3 branches in Lumhi. Yeah, but we are only, but that's just a small test in the Northern Region, but we are mainly in Central Region.
Last one, I think for him. So the initial concept of Mlimipe was targeting rural farmers, like with the, like those that have like feature phones, they only use USSD, and probably redeem from there. And now the coming in of POS and cards and all that, are we not making it right again, targeting those that can only afford a particular thing than the rural farmers? I don't know, just because now you now start dealing with the other challenges that every POS meets, like all the infrastructure challenges, network issues, and all those things. I don't know.
Okay, we are still on USSD, but what we realize that even though we are saying that like USSD is king here in Malawi, but these farmers in areas, they don't have these phones. They don't even have SIM cards. So we found that there's an old farmer who is a good farmer. He has money, but he can't use the phone. So we designed the NFC card similar to as a Visa card, where you don't even have to have a phone for you to transact. As I've already said, that you can buy fuel at a filling station, even without a phone. You would just tap on the POS machine, you put your PIN code, they'll give you fuel. So we have designed that for those illiterate farmers. So we are still working on both the USSD for those who can, and for those who cannot, they are taking advantage of the POS machine. So instead of us giving the Android phone to those farmers, they're just taking advantage of those branches where they can just go and tap. The POS will release a receipt. They will know their balance. They can tap, they will redeem their farm inputs. Yeah.
Last question to you. You had mentioned that the 13 million is going to go to buy 5,000 NFC cards. And then you said to sort of subsidize. Is 5,000 kwacha too much for the smallholder farmer to pay outright on his own? Because I'm looking at the sustainability of subsidizing cards or subsidizing anything is always questionable. So why create a subsidy? Why not just buy cards that you keep in stock, maybe that people can pay off, or it can be charged as one of the things in their savings or something?
Oh, all right, thank you for your question. Okay, these things which I was saying that we have to subsidize, we have designed a product which we are doing as a pilot. We are calling it Mulimi Half-Acre Bundle, where we are offering these farmers to pay 70% of the farm inputs. The 30% will be our investment. So we wanted us to go it as a package. Once the farmers paid 70%, we'll issue the NFC card as on a subsidized price as part of the pilot of this project. But later, these farmers, instead of paying back the 30% which we as Mulimi Pay invested in them, they were going to give us 2 bags of maize. So somehow we are also trying to run away from the inflation issues, or maybe offering them loans. So we have subsidized it, but we wanted to apply it in part of that pilot, which we want to test some few farmers with the half-acre bundle. But all in all, these farmers, they pay for these cards. But we just wanted to simplify this part of the pilot of the Mulimi half-acre bundle.
Judges, we're good? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. So soon we're going to release all our the judges and the pitches as well. But I'm told that they would like to grab another picture of the 3 of you. So if you can please just come back up here and stand for a photo. And then I will invite our guest of honor and the other 5 to also come for a group photo while the judges take leave of us to go and continue deliberating on the pitches. Our guest of honor, I'd like to invite you to join us. May I also invite the lady and gentlemen to please come forward, because the guest of honor would like to take a picture with you guys. I'm sure you can move further to your right. I don't want to look like I was making a pitch of anything at all. Thank you very much. You can go and resume your seats, all of you. Thank you so much. Let's give them another round of applause as they go and sit. And as I did indicate, while the judges are having a discussion on the pitches that we've had, we're going to have a short conversation on a very important topic, which is on the role of youth and technology in transforming traditional agriculture. So I would like to invite our panelists to come forward so that we can have this conversation. I will just move over that side and then I will invite our panel. Thank you. So we have 4 panelists, and I would like to start by calling forward Elizabeth Kawae. Elizabeth, would you like to come and take the seat to my immediate left? She is a digital inclusion and rural development specialist who is dedicated to contributing to the growth and development of rural economies in low-income countries through empowering of smallholder farmers and agricultural workers to improve their livelihoods. She has over 10 years of experience in development work, focusing on bridging the digital divide and spearheading multi-stakeholder initiatives that promote holistic approaches and innovative business models for the benefit of the rural poor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Elizabeth Kawae. Let me also invite forward Charlotte Chirimuta, an agri-food systems specialist and policy strategist with over a decade of experience in agricultural policy reform, climate-smart agriculture, and rural development, highly skilled in economic analysis and evidence-based policy making, with a proven track record supporting German-funded programs through GIZ. She has collaborated with global institutions such as FAO, IFPRI, the World Bank, and OECD to advance sustainable food systems and climate adaptation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Charlotte. Let me also invite up front Chifuniro Kandaya, a farmer and development entrepreneurship catalyst with experience in establishing and coordinating eco-agribusiness hubs. Chifuniro is a gifted ecosystem builder for the socio-economic transformation of communities using multidisciplinary approaches. Chifuniro has worked with many institutions in Malawi, Israel, the USA, South Africa, and Zambia, and now is joining us on this panel. Let's put our hands together for Chifuniro. Let me also invite up front McDonald Namba to come and take the seat on my far left. McDonald is the head of innovation at Next Gen. Let's put our hands together for McDonald. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you to this panel discussion on the role of youth and technology in transforming traditional agriculture. So we're not just focusing on agriculture, we're looking at traditional agriculture, which is what we as Malawi are practicing as we speak. And we cannot overemphasize the importance of agriculture in Malawi's economy. The majority of Malawians, more than 80%, are farmers, and farming contributes 30% of the GDP. And the sad thing, though, is that most farmers in Malawi are just subsistence farmers. We do not have many commercial farmers. And as a result, most people are not particularly enthused to join farming because it's not a very pleasant undertaking. So we're trying to see how we can bring technology to try and improve the way we do agriculture in Malawi, so that we can have the other demographics also get into production and farming. The trends that we have now show that the youth are being left behind. They are not joining the agriculture space. We have got the majority of the population under 35, and yet that majority is not getting into an exercise that contributes a significant percentage to our GDP. So that is a pyramid that is standing the wrong way up. So I want to see how can we encourage the youth to join agriculture? How can youth and digital tools unlock agricultural productivity and commercialization? And that is what we have been discussing all morning today. What are some of the barriers that are there that are stopping young people from venturing into agriculture? And what can government do to help to incentivize young people, the private sector, to get into agriculture? So I will invite Chief Funiro to come in first. You are not just talking about change, you are building it on the ground. I want you to share with us this morning what a truly inclusive, youth-led agricultural ecosystem would look like from your experience. Chief Funiro.
Okay, thank you so much to everyone who is here. I'll say, as you just said, and that has been repeated over and over again, to say the youth in Malawi, they constitute most of the population. World Bank says more than 70% of our population is 35 years below. So when you're talking about youth inclusive led agriculture, we are talking about the involvement of the youth in the whole agriculture landscape. But I would love to segment this into three. Number one, what the popular say, from the farm to the fork. Youth being involved in that. And that in principle means, number one, unlocking the ownership of land. When you talk about agriculture, we cannot say something without land is primary thing, soil is primary thing. I'll give an example of what's happening in Tanzania. In Tanzania right now, there's a program whereby young people are being given land by the government, right? That's a deliberate effort done by the government. So access to land, it also means being involved in the supply chain of agri-input. That involves owning and access, and in fact, development of it. The other thing is include the actual production processes as well as water management. How do we involve young people in the production processes? You know, most of the times when we are talking about young people being involved in farming, we narrow it down just to young people producing vegetables, young people doing what? But that's not it all. It also must involve coming up with an ecosystem that support production. So apart from that, young people being involved in terms of post-harvest management. That being said, we mean young people owning machinery, right? Who owns machinery in town? The youth? No. No. And the second leg to my presentation, I'll say it's youth involvement in what I can call the golden triangle. here in Malawi, agriculture, young people are producing, let me just say, farmers walk alone. However, in any developed economy, you talk of, I was listening to in Israel, farmers rather, they are at the center of an ecosystem. And I would like to refer that as a golden triangle. What does that mean? It has got 3 legs. Number one, the aspect of a market. If we are talking about commercial farming, we must think about a farming that takes market-first approach. What does the market need? And how are young people involved in dictating what the market needs? Number 2, research. How are young people involved in agricultural research and development? You know, when we are involving young people in agricultural research, all we do is to go to Bunda and get young people who have just finished school, and then we say, help us in data collection. That's what we call participation of young people in research. But when we are talking about agricultural research, we are talking about involving young people in problem formulation, involving them every stage of research. And lastly, extension service. Right now, as you're speaking in Malawi, the ratio of a farmer and extension worker, it's one government extension worker looks after 4,000 farmers. And you know, by just saying extension worker, what's the name for extension worker in Chichewa? Alangizi. Do you think a young person would want to be Alangizi? You think of Alangizi, somebody who is coming on a bike, you know? So, involvement of young people in that space. And lastly, young people have to be, it means young people being involved in policy formulation, policy implementation, policy evaluation, as well as review. Thank you.
How does the land program work in Zambia where young people are given land? Is there, how exactly does that work out? Is it a loan? Are they giving them for good, or what exactly happens?
It's coming to me.
You were talking about...
Okay, in Tanzania, that's Tanzania.
Tanzania.
It's given as an incentive.
Okay.
Some years, and then they can own it.
Okay.
Sure.
Young people owning machinery, how does that come about? Because obviously there's money involved, and if you don't have the money, you can't own the machinery. Is there an arrangement that can be made?
I think that's where we need the involvement of the private sector, for example.
Okay.
Agri-financing.
Yes.
Yes.
All
That's where the likes of Agcom, the banks who have set up agribusiness departments, they need to be involved.
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
Let me bring in McDonald into the conversation. McDonald, you lead a digital innovation hub, and you have experience with emerging technology. Now, in this ecosystem, what technologies are already reshaping agriculture in Malawi, and where do you see the biggest untapped potential, and how can this gap be bridged?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I think there are a lot of innovations that have been developed recently. A lot of technologies we've truly came a long way, but then there's still more to do. We're still behind, right? Currently, there are mobile platforms for extension services. We have digital marketplaces now, like Facebook. We have mobile money even, right? These are pretty much providing, I could say they're pretty much providing easy access to information, to markets, to finance, to smallholder farmers and the youth and young entrepreneurs. I would say the biggest untapped potential is using technology to like leveraging technology to pretty much bridge the gap of like precision agriculture tools like remote sensing, I could say using drones, using these smart irrigation systems to pretty much help like farmers like yield more. I could say. The, as regarding to the gap, I would say the gap is mainly due to, in villages, especially in villages, they don't have access to like phones, right? Even like small feature phones. They don't have access to phones. Digital digital literacy is like really low in like remote areas. Also, another thing I would say is the cost of some of these advanced technologies is really high, right? So it's very hard for farmers to actually buy these technologies that they don't even understand in the first place, right? So to bridge this, the most important thing is to educate the farmer, right? So we can do this by pretty much hosting, say, workshops, education workshops, catered towards the youth and farmers, right? In like local communities. We could also, I would say, also there's need for public investment into some of these advanced technologies in these villages, right? Like drones are very expensive. You don't expect a farmer just to take out money from the pocket and buy a drone to start maybe spraying the crops. Yeah, there's also a need for our policy change. So as Chifunera said here, we need to involve the youth in some of these, in policy formulation mainly. So I think these are some of the things that can be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From where I'm sitting, technology doesn't come in cheap. And we're talking about Malawi, which is a low-income country. And then we're talking about young people who maybe a good number of them haven't yet gotten themselves into any gainful employment. And so some of these things, maybe they just remain ideas and wishes to them. I don't think they would possibly afford them. How can we bridge that gap? How can we bring these two together? That's the first thing. And I also wanted if you could just elaborate a bit more on smart irrigation. I know a bit about it, but I think if you could just explain a little bit more in detail about how it works, and because I think we're going towards a time where the rainfall patterns will never normalize to the state that we want. We just have to agree and move on about that. So irrigation is going to come in very, very handy. So if we could find ways of making it work for us, I'm sure that's something that we should be interested in. So those two questions.
The first question, so bridging the gap, right?
Yes.
So I would say it's up to us, say companies or people leading different companies, the government as well, right, to come together. And we can also offer, like, say, incentives to like startups, right? So that we localize most of these technologies, so that they're already available, right? By doing that, we can avoid things like import costs. You know, if technology is like locally available here, then it's going to be very easy for like a young farmer or just anybody, right, to access that. So that's one thing. Another thing is, like I said, the biggest thing is education, right? Like once people are aware, really, of like the untapped potential that is there, right? I think it's going to be much easier for them to adapt, because there's pretty much like a barrier of resistance, right? People stick to the old ways, which are good. I mean, they've taken us this far, but then, yeah, we can like leverage technology more if we're educated. So that's one thing I'll say. On the second question, as regarding smart irrigation, on how does it work? So, I mean, it depends on like the type of irrigation that's going on, but then we can use things like IoT, machine learning, right? So let's say scenario where I can have sensors, maybe something like some of the sensors that were presented here. I could have like a temperature sensor, right? I could have water level sensor to measure the levels of the water, or the let's just say the moisture content in the soil. we could have there are unlimited number of sensors that we can use, right? But then getting the data from these sensors, we can now make like intelligent decision to say, okay, let's just say it's too hot. Maybe you want to regulate the temperature, right? And then you have like devices in place that automatically, right, make the change. So, or maybe something like, okay, the moisture, soil moisture is low, right? And then you trigger you can even trigger sprinklers or whatever irrigation method that you're using.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that, McDonald. Let me bring Elizabeth into the conversation. You are at the first mile, working on digital transformation for smallholder systems. I just wanted us to talk about technology. What have you seen working? What have you seen technology deliver? And what do you think are the bottlenecks that are limiting this potential from growing even further?
Thank you. Let me start by sharing a little bit of our experience. A few years ago, we were developing a program, value chain digitalization program. And one of our key success metrics was to improve yield by 50%. And the feedback that we consistently received when we were developing that program was that you are going to fail. The people in the room that are working in agricultural development will agree with me that yield is a slow-moving metric. And it's not easy to increase yields on average by 50%. But we knew that we were bringing in a different way of operating through the digital technologies that we were introducing. And so we maintained the 50% target. And I would like to share that in our first year of this program, we achieved over 45% of the increase in the yield. And this program was a 5-year program. And this challenge of low yield has already been talked about a number of times in this meeting. It's one of the challenges that our farmers are facing, where most of our farmers are producing at below 50% of the potential of the varieties that they're growing. And one of the things that we have seen is that technology brings the promise to move that, to enable our farmers to get to the 8 to 10 tons of maize per hectare that was being talked about. But let me emphasize that one of the things that we did in a program is that we took an ecosystem approach. And so we did not just drop the technology. We worked on a number of factors that are needed for the farmers. So things like access to finance, access to markets, and access to advisory services and risk management. So this is a promise that technology has. Technology has the potential to unlock financing for our farmers by providing traceability, managing the risk that is associated with lending to them. It has the potential to enable our farmers to have data-based production and hence make more informed decisions on their production practices. It has the promise for enabling our farmers access better markets, providing traceability that is needed in some high-value markets, and the promise for them to manage the risks that is associated with farming. There are a number of factors that are needed to be unlocked for the potential of technology to be unleashed. And some of the challenges that are there, first of all, are contextual nuances. Technology is still new. One of the things that we have seen is that you cannot take some things for granted. For instance, with an SMS-based advisory approach, you cannot take it for granted that people know how to use an SMS or even respond to an SMS. There are people that have phones that usually just use them for calling, and so there is a learning curve with the introduction of technology. there's trust that has to be developed for the farmers to develop the trust into the systems that are being introduced for them to be able to adopt them and use them. And then the infrastructure challenges that are there, the issues of access to electricity that have been talked about, the issues for instance, digital public infrastructure, and that would unlock the resources that innovators need to build their technology on. An example that I can provide is that one of the things that we've needed is access to high-resolution satellite imagery, and it's not available in the global south. There is an issue of access to finance, which has also started being touched on in this discussion, which is very important for innovators, for farmers to afford the systems that are being introduced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Let me bring into the conversation Charlotte to share with us some of the experience that you've gotten from the region, because I know that you bring deep expertise in agriculture policy reform and climate smart agriculture across the continent. From your perspective, what policy bottlenecks mostly affect youth engagement in agriculture? And how do you think governments can better enable young innovators in agri-tech to thrive?
Thank you very much. And some of it was already named by the colleagues sitting here. Elizabeth just spoke about data as a basis for making decisions on farms. And the same applies, of course, for making decisions in policy making. So one of the major bottlenecks is that we lack data, we lack evidence and data of what policies are actually creating as impact and having such impacts being disaggregated. So if policies have a certain impact on, for instance, young people, those evidences and those data are rarely existing. And one of those bottlenecks is to make appropriate decisions then in policies that can really make a benefit and a difference to young people. It connects instantly also to, of course, afterwards making decisions in those areas, making bold decisions, making decisions that can encourage young people to go into spaces of innovation, because that is a risk, and risk-taking in general is something that can be encouraged through right or discouraged through wrong policies. That brings me to basically one of the major or concrete things that was, I think, mentioned by Chifuniro instantly was policy inclusion. Making policies that work for young people cannot be done without young people. But the representation of young people in policy-making processes, in the policy-making cycle, is not always evident. And there need to be made bespoke interventions to get young people into those spaces to be part of making better policies. And maybe the last one where I definitely see a big bottleneck is, or that can also be tackled, is creating framework environments and conditions that make investments in, for instance, young startups, in tech companies, in agriculturally tech solutions that make it safe and attractive. And I think there is a huge need that governments can fulfill with better policy making.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Let me bring Chifuniro back into the conversation. And I know for some it might be a far-fetched dream, but maybe we could be ambitious enough to start thinking of Malawi as a leader in agro-entrepreneurship and agtech innovation. Maybe what we need to start asking ourselves is, how do we get there?
It's a difficult question, more especially in a country that knows how to write policies.
Yes.
And you see nothing on the ground.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a difficult question. But
we should dare to dream.
Sure, we should dare to dream. Yeah, sure. So, number one, I feel with my work, I'm a farmer. I work with rural farmers, and I'm a researcher. So I have a taste of those words.
Yes.
With my work, so I will respond from my experience.
Okay.
Number one, we all need to understand that agriculture is culture. Agriculture is culture. You cannot talk about agriculture without that word culture. Culture talks about shared values, talked about shared beliefs. That's culture. So I feel it's time now, like if, for example, if I meet somebody I was with at Chancellor College, he greets me, Chifuno, what are you doing? I respond to say, I'm a farmer. How do they look at me?
Things are not working with
Culture. You see there? So we must make agriculture a pride of our nation. And that's where the issues of advocacy comes in. How can a young man feel when you tell them that, hey, you're going, like from Luana, after graduating from Luana, you're going to be a farmer. No wonder we have got irrigation engineers from Luana who are working as bank tellers. Why? We, as a nation, we have embraced agriculture culturally as something of low status valuable. So that's number one. Number two, I like the narrative of mega farms, which I know they are policy makers here, etc. But I want to bring you a case study of South Africa. One of the leading South African agriculture economists, Wandile Siboho, wrote a book called, I would like to pledge everybody here to read it. It's called A Country of Two Agricultures. So he studied the food system in South Africa. And here's what that research found out. He found out South Africa consists of mega farmers, big mega farmers, who are known for exporting. Yet, households in South Africa, as I'm speaking right now, statistics must be 25% of South African citizens are food insecure. Is the hype of mega farms about to create that in Malawi? Let me say that I predict so. Here's what is happening. The more we are clapping hands for the hype of mega farms, we are leaving about 80% of the population who are small-scale farmers. What are we doing with them? So I would love if we can change the narrative. We should start from the bottom up. We should bring a concept, we should change the philosophy from encouraging food security to what I would love to coin as Toyota security. Where from the household level, people should embrace farming not just as something they want to get food for their stomach, but for commercialization. Small-scale farmers. What about the issue of meeting the demand of the market? I would like to advocate for what is working for us. It's a concept that we have pioneered in Doha called Eco Agribusiness Hub. And just last Friday, we were with Sunbird. We had invited partners to discuss that, whereby small-scale farmers are connected or onboarded to a pioneer entrepreneur. And the small-scale farmers work as outgrowers of this entrepreneur.
Okay.
Number three, we need to advocate what I'm calling the golden triangle. Farmers have been working alone. That's why we have researchers at Luana. And let me ask you, how long does research take to reach a small-scale farmer? Anyone with an answer? You know, everything we are debating about here, somebody has already researched it at Luana. But farmers walk alone in Malawi. We must develop applied. And a farmer must be a participator from problem formulation to deployment of the research findings. Market. We must, as a country, we must adopt market-first approach. For example, right now, if we can ask the majority of people who are doing farming, why are you producing what you're producing? The answer is, last year the prices for soya were like this. It's not research-based. There is no market intelligence in farming. So if we're talking about agripreneurship, we must talk about market-first approach. What is the global market demanding? I was with somebody from another country, certain day. We were traveling to our farm. And then he looked around farms. And he asked me a question, Chifunino, why is it that Malawians don't have fruit trees? Yet you are relying on oranges, what from South Africa. Why is that the case? Market-centric. Lastly, on the Golden Triangle, extension. We need to adapt digital innovations that those young people are developing. And let's use them. Let's use them. We are talking about the gap of one extension worker looking after, covering 4,000 farmers. Man, that's an impossible job to do. And it can take government millions of US dollars to train up extension workers. So that's it. I can go on and go on, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Chifuniro, for that passionate appeal. McDonald, what role should ecosystem players like yourselves as next gen play in nurturing the next generation of agri-tech entrepreneurs? We seem to have some of them in the room as we speak.
Okay, on that one, I really think we're supposed to act as enablers. What I mean is provide maybe working space, provide equipment, provide mentorship, incubation as well. For example, we recently had a program with, we partnered with Save the Children called Made in Tandile, where we had kids from Tandile, from schools, right? So these are kids between the ages of, say, 14, 15, 16, 17. We had them come in, and then you could imagine these kids came from the background where they had never used a computer, but then they were artistic, right? That they could draw. They could really draw, like, you know. They came in. We taught them how to use the computer, and then after that, we taught them how to use now advanced 3D programs like Blender, where they made a short 3D animation. It's on YouTube. But then something like that, right? Whereby providing that space, right? Because there are a lot of like hungry youth out there, very talented, right? But maybe sometimes they just don't have like the necessary tools, right? Because some of these things are like very expensive, right? And then most of them come from humble backgrounds, so yeah.
So the exposure is not there. They don't have access. They don't have exposure.
Exactly, the exposure is not there.
But they have the talent and they have the imagination. Thank you so much. So let me bring Charlotte in now. You are someone working across global institutions, and what best practices do you think Malawi can adopt to institutionalize youth-led agri-innovation within its national development agenda?
I think that McDonald touched on one, and that is ecosystem building. I think that is one of the most crucial practices to really increase the efficiency of innovation and of innovation possibilities, and to leverage those. So that, I feel, is an enormous task, but it is also something that can really transform. I have a couple where I feel that we need to take them as Malawi, as a country, and one of them is, for instance, to give leeway to develop. And what I mean with that is that we have to be very careful to choose policies that guide but not over-regulate, because innovation and starting up needs leeway to develop. And I think the last one that I would like to mention is including women more into innovation and maker spaces. We need to foster really the creative and inclusive female opportunities. And by that, I mean that we can unlock so much more potential by giving the rest of the 50% that are in the country more space. And for that, it is needed that there are bespoke interventions. We saw today that 7 out of 8 innovations that were presented were male presented. I think this needs to change in the future, and it needs to, and for that to change, it needs to have bespoke interventions that target women, that help women to unlock that potential.
Thank you. How HEFA's Youth in Agri-Tech Vision aligns with government's development agenda, and also we are here speaking at this AYuTe challenge. How do you think challenges like these can catalyze lasting ecosystem-wide change?
And thank you for that question. I will start from the aspirations in our national agriculture policy, where we have aspirations for youth engagement in agriculture, increasing mechanization, advancing agri-innovation, and also advancing public and private sector partnerships. And this aspiration also mirrors HEFA International's aspirations of youth engagement in agriculture and building the next generation of agri-innovators that are going to transform our food systems. We through the AYuTe program, working on a number of initiatives. It's already been mentioned here that AYuTe is a launch pad. So it's not just about the prizes that are going to be received by our winners today, but this is a launch pad for agri-innovators. We have seen our innovators being linked with mentorship and capacity building, where we have some innovators linked to programs, for instance, like MIT Solve, where they're having technical capacities to support them advance the technologies that they are developing so that they can serve more smallholder farmers in their locations, but also across the continent in Africa. We are advancing mechanization, where we have supported smallholder farmers to access mechanization for more than 10,000 hectares, and youth agripreneurs who would previously not have had access to equipment like tractors for them to be able to purchase. And then finally, but not the least, is unlocking catalytic funding. One of the reasons why we engaging in this program is that we can unlock catalytic funding, that the support and the funding that we provide to our innovators will enable them access more funding, unlock more funding for them to grow their businesses, but then ultimately to reach out to more smallholder farmers with agricultural technologies. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Elizabeth. Before I let you go, I just wanted if you could give us one sentence, a call to action. We want to take Malawi to the next level, and we need to start thinking of taking bold steps. And in the next 2 years, what can we do to turn youth-led agri-tech from promise to power? And I want you to give me one sentence, and I will go around on the panel to also get what you really, really want to happen almost immediately.
Thank you. So as we have said, agricultural and food system transformation is not an option, it's a must. And our young population, our greatest resource that we can use to advance this agricultural transformation that we need, and a call to all the stakeholders in the room that we need a collaborated approach where we're working together so that we can move far, and we are not working in silos, so that we're learning from each other, and we are leveraging our different resources to achieve greater impact. Thank
Elizabeth,
you.
it was supposed to be one sentence. One sentence.
Not statement.
Not a paragraph. Charlotte, one sentence.
I'll try. In Germany, you know that we have words that are longer
Yes,
than
yes,
one
even a
sentence
greeting
in
will
general,
solicit a
right?
whole story.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but I think if it is the one thing, then I would like to see more risk-taking and more learning out of failure and not being afraid of failure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, Chifunio?
Wow, I just want to add what Elizabeth has said. I'll call it farmer-centric collaborations.
Farmer-centric collaborations.
Yes,
Thank you so
farmer-centric
much.
collaborations. Thank you.
MacDonald?
Yeah, I'll echo the same sentiment for its collaboration and education.
Collaboration and education. Thank you so much, MacDonald, Namba, Chifuniro Kandaya, Charlotte Chirmuta, and Elizabeth Kawaye for your time. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can go back to your seats. And I see our judges are back, but before I call them up front, I would like us to just take a moment to watch a short video of the Hi-Fi International President and CEO, Surita Sandosham.
So Heifer International is a global development organization, and we've been working on hunger and poverty in the agricultural sector to support smallholder farmer families reach a sustainable living income. And in Africa, we've been here for 4 decades as a trusted partner, and we have supported them in actually improving their livelihoods. Well, in the African continent, what we have seen is that 80% of the population is under the age of 35. The youth population is going to double by 2055. And what's exciting is that there's this convergence of tech entrepreneurship and the opportunities that the agricultural sector provides to bring that together. At Heifer, we are motivated to build an agri-tech ecosystem that will encourage African youth to innovate and solve problems at scale in a unique way, where technology is in service to farmers. So one of the ways that we have done this, and it's really important in Africa, is that we at Heifer International created the AYuTe Africa Challenge. This allows us to select the best in the innovations that will support smallholder farmers reach the sustainable living incomes that they want, and in fact increase food production and ultimately help them get to what they need to get to in terms of livelihoods for their families. Essentially the nexus of technology and farming. And what we wanted to do was, give a prize to the most innovative ideas, and then make sure that we shepherded them through to ensure that they had been market ready, and also it was clearly that they were doing it in partnership with smallholder farmers and empowering them to use the technology, which would then lead to increasing the produce, taking it to market, and then improving the sustainable living incomes of smallholder farmer families, which ultimately is our goal. what we see is that the AYuTe Africa Challenge is an accelerator for their innovations. And what we're doing now is we've expanded it to the 8 countries that we're operating in. And the focus is always about the technology having impact with smallholder farmer families and eventually creating jobs for millions of Africans. What we have to do is ensure that they have access to finance so that they're testing their models and creating the visibility of their ideas and their innovations is also important. And the last thing is the mentorship that's required to be an entrepreneur is also important. As we see that their success depends on that kind of mentorship. Well, we're very proud that we're able to create this platform for youth. We believe that they're the drivers for a revolution in agriculture in the 21st century. At Heifer International, we believe that the future of Africa's agriculture hinges on creating opportunities for young African innovators to transform the agricultural landscape, catalyzing their ground-up innovations and making agriculture a desired career for youth in the future.
Very much indeed. Now I know that for our startup agripreneurs and our agri-innovators in the advanced category, you have not been breathing since the moment you finished your presentation. So we would like to get it over with and so that you can start breathing again. I can see you've been holding your breath all this time. So I will invite our judges. I will start by inviting all the 3 of you to come up front, but one of you is going to handle the first category and another one is going to handle the other category. So let me invite our judges to come up front, please, so that we can get into the prize presentation ceremony. And to join them, I will also invite up front the board chairman of Heifer International Malawi, Dr. Tamani Nkono, to come, and Heifer Malawi Interim Country Director, Francis Saka, if you can also come and join them. Otherwise, our judges, Elijah Mkandawire, Vincent Kumwenda, and Okanive Chingagure, please come forward. So we will start, I do believe, with the startup agripreneurs, and then we will also do the presentation of awards to the agri-innovators in the advanced category. So I will invite the judges to take over from now, and I will only come back when the storms have calmed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joab. Before we get into the actual results, there was a formula to this madness. We did not just come up with the names that we're going to announce here. There was a criteria that we were working on. So I just wanted to explain the criteria first before we raise expectations. So there were 7 things that we were looking at when everyone was standing and presenting in front of us. The first thing that we're looking at was the problem that they're trying to solve and whether there is a need for it. I know innovators always think of everything as a problem. I know people will go on Google something and then come up with a solution even before someone asks them that there is a problem. So we're trying to find that, is this really a problem in Malawi? And is there a market need for it to scale, and that people can be able to use it at the end of the day? Number 2, we're also looking at the business model. That's why you hear some of the questions that we're asking were around the revenue models, the revenue frameworks, how we're going to make money, and all that. So we're critically looking at what's the business around what you're doing. We're excited about the innovation, everything, but are you going to make money? How are you going to sustain it and all that? So we're looking at business model and sustainability of the same. And then we cannot talk about technology and agriculture without looking at innovation. So also looking at how innovative is your idea or your solution. So innovation and the use of technology, because we're talking about youth in agriculture and technology, we had to look at the actual use of technology in what you are doing. Impact was another area that we're looking at. Who are you impacting and which areas are you impacting? So when you're presenting, we're trying to find out the impact that you're already doing or it has potential to reach. Team capacity and execution, when you invest in a business or an idea, first thing that you look at is the capabilities of the team. So we're looking at the team. So that was coming from the presentation, but also the people behind it, the passion that they were showing us in front of us, how they were presenting it, and all that. So we're looking at the team capacity and the execution. Then the presentation and clarity. Just them standing up here and taking us through the idea was enough for us to help understand their presentation style and whether they are able to communicate eloquently and they were able to deliver what they were supposed to deliver to us, the judges, but also the rest of the audience. And finally, we were looking at gender and inclusion of marginalized groups and all that. So we made sure that the solutions took into consideration the involvement of other sidelined groups, including women and youth. So those are the 7 things that we're looking at. It was not easy for us to come up with the decisions. It was very close and competitive. And finally, we had to break the dreadlock and we came up with the names that we're going to announce now. So I'll hand over to my colleagues who do the actual juicy part of mentioning the names. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Vincent. So he has given more or less like an intro into how these particular winners have been arrived at. Just trying to show that we have been very much objective as much as we could be. So myself, I'm taking the category of what I can call like the emerging agri-tech entrepreneurs, and my colleague Oganive will also take the other component that is to do with those entrepreneurs that have their products or services on the market. So in this category, each winner is getting a 2 million kwacha. So the names are not necessarily in order of like the scores. It's just how the names have been actually categorized with. So the first under this category is Henley Makoa with the concept of smart silos. So congratulations, Henley, for that. Yeah, moving forward, we have Grecian Beasters of Agritech Nexus, very famous with Dotolo Ambeu concept. So as the pictures are being taken, there were 5. Now I've announced 2. It means we're remaining with 3, right? And then the last to be announced, that's the last under this category. So I don't know if a prophet, maybe you can prophesy who is this person coming. You can predict maybe. But now, the last one under this category is none other than Mindera Innovations. That's Kumbo Mindera. So that's it under this category of the startups that have some concepts or prototypes which they are offering on the market or they're intending to offer on the market. Moving forward, let me call my colleague Oganive to take us through the other category. Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on to the last category. The prizes are getting bigger. I'll start from first to last. I just want to emphasize, despite the fact that these are different amounts, each of these innovations is an amazing innovation in itself. The amount they're getting or the position they got is not necessarily a reflection of the product or the service that they're offering, but rather just a reflection of scores and the scoring criteria that the judges were given. So I will start with our second runner-up, Emmanuel Tungula. So he will be getting 7 million kwacha. Fantastic. Our first runner-up, which will obviously let you know exactly who the winner is, since there are only 3 of them. So our second runner-up is Stanislaus Saglia. He will be getting 10 million kwacha. And the moment we've been waiting for. Our 13 million kwacha winner, the Alinafe Kaliwo for Macro Limited. On behalf of the judges, we'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity. And we know that everybody here was deserving, but funds are limited. But we hope that you will be able to access more opportunities going forward in the future with these fantastic innovations that you have. Thank you very much.
Could I call forward the HEFA leadership, please, to come forward, Francis and the team and everyone. Please just come together with the winners. Let's come forward with our dummy checks. Please come so that we can take a picture. HEFA staff, you should also join us. I will invite the judges to go and resume their seats, but I will also invite HEFA staff to join in the group photo. Thank you, our judges, and thank you so much for sparing time, and a job well done. HEFA staff. Photographers, is it okay if some stand here and the others stand on the platform? Is that okay? Okay. So HEFA staff, would some of you stand on the carpet, and then the rest of you will move forward a bit because it's quite a large group. Okay. Board Chair, I'll request you to close our meeting with a few remarks, so don't go when everyone is leaving. Thank you. We're good. Thank you so much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much indeed. And to all the winners, congratulations for winning. Dr. Henry Makoa, Gresham Bistance, and Kumbo Mindiera, congratulations. Emmanuel for the 7 million, Stanislas for the 10 million, and Arinafe for the 13 million. Well done and congratulations. Thank you so very much indeed. Let me now invite the board chair to come and close this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Let me extend my heartfelt congratulations to all those that have made it today. And for those that have not made it this time around, there is always tomorrow. As we said, that this is an activity that as HEFA International will be doing regularly. And I believe that at some point you'll be given a chance also to showcase an improved version of whatever you are doing. I would also want to thank in absentia our guest of honor who represented the Ministry of Agriculture. And as I pointed out in my opening speech, is that whatever has been showcased here is not the end of it all, but as HEFA International, we'll also be interested in these technologies so that they can be scaled up. A lot of farmers out there, they will need to benefit from whatever you are doing. So we ensure that we'll get in touch with you as regular as possible to ensure that these ideas, these technologies, they are part and parcel of our programming. But there have also been a lot of requests from some of the presentations I saw in terms of what kind of policy changes needs to be done if these technologies are going to be upscaled. And we believe that the Ministry of Agriculture has taken note. But if there are also any additional issues that you think there is a need for attention of policy, those can be forwarded to HEFA International, and we'll see to it that they go to the authorities that needs to make a decision on those issues that have been raised. So I also want to thank for all of you for coming. It has been a wonderful experience. Without your presence, we don't think this could have happened. And let me also encourage all of us. If there are some of us here who have got ideas, let's come up. You know, there was only one lady who presented and showcased whatever they are doing. Let us encourage as many young ladies as possible. We know you all have ideas. Let's put those together and let's showcase them, so that in the next activity that we'll be having, we are going to have at least a gender balance in as far as the presentations are concerned. So once more, congratulations to all of you that have made it today. We believe that we are going to further improve on what you are doing. Let us be in touch so that at least as HEFA International, we also are part and parcel of whatever we are doing. So I wish you all the best as you be leaving, and I hope there will be lunch. I believe so. There will be lunch after this. So let me invite you to lunch on behalf of HEF International. Thank you very much.
No, there is no lunch. I think I would be slaughtered right here if I made that announcement. No, there is lunch, and make sure you get a meal coupon. They were being passed around. If you didn't get one, make sure you get one on your way out. Otherwise, we're invited to lunch at the main foyer. For those who don't know, when you exit, you go all the way around, and at the back of the main auditorium, that is where the foyer is, and lunch is there waiting for us. Enjoy your lunch and the rest of the afternoon. Bon appetit, and until next time, goodbye. Thank you so much.
I said drop. Cool vibes only. So you better deal with the program.
Ubanga so deep.